and they are representing Austria. So this is Ulrike, prunthaller, and Bartelguts Questor. Oh, just a miscommunication there into the trot from the Holt. This horse is an Austrian warm blood. Super ground cover. Again, plenty of cadence in the trot work. Oh, again, a miscommunication there. Just dropping off her leg, I feel, at times. Better here. These breaks are going to be affecting the submission mark. That's a nice frame there. Again, just dropping the pole here in the rein back. He was really anticipating that halt as well. Some good stretching. Not quite as good as the walk we saw from the last horse. That really was exceptional. Again, just want to see more swinging through the horse's body to really encourage him to open up and be able to use his whole body to get that ground cover. Nice here in the canter. Huge ground cover. Very, very active in the canter work. Just losing a little bit of the straightness there down that long side. Be interesting to see here how the balance is, and if he drops her again. Yeah, just going to there. Well ridden. Yeah, nicely ridden, simple change. Better this time. As she goes into the stretching. Again, we'd just like to see him take the contact out a little more. He's taking it down nicely, but just curling back slightly. And there we have it for Ulrike, prunthaller and Bartelguts Questor, representing Austria. Yeah, I think she had a little bit of a difficult time in the arena today. I don't know whether that was because of the weather, but just not massively on her aids. Trot 7.7, walk 6.8, canter 8, submission 6.7, and perspective 7.4. The submission and the perspective are really going to be pulled down there because of those breaks. Just felt a little bit that he was a bit on her hand at times and really leaning a little bit. Didn't have that overall balance into a nice consistent contact. But some really, really lovely steps, and I think this horse has great promise. I think he just needs to get a little bit more strength there, and that's when he's going to be able to lift and come up into a more consistent uphill frame. And you could see it there when he went into the halt and just dropped the pole on the rein back. Really, as I agree with the judges, his standout pace is definitely the canter. And I think the trot will be up there once he gets that strength. So an overall score of 73.2 and into third. Next into the arena is one for Italy now. Margherita Josi and Sir Elkintot. A bay gelding by Sir John Hall. And out of an Elkintot mare. This is an Italian sports horse.
It's for the quota of Italy, because that book is MIPAAF.
The breeder is Society of Agricola P Jumping Team, SRL. Margherita also owns this lovely horse. So, starting their test now for Italy, Margherita Josi and Sir Elkintot. A really uphill horse. Just naturally carries himself in that lovely uphill frame. Margherita just looking a little bit nervous. Just seeming a little bit tense through her body, in my opinion. Just a little break in the rhythm there at the beginning of the medium trot. Hopefully she can take a breath and really get into it. Very nerve-wracking for these horses and riders. It is a World Championships after all. Some really nice steps in the trot work. Yeah, just again running a little bit in the medium trot and not really showing a massively clear difference. And again, like the last horse, just dropping the pole into the halt and fiddling in the halt. You want to see a nice direct transition at the marker into a nice square halt for the high marks. And again, that will be looked upon in the submission and the overall perspective. Yeah. Better here in the contact. That's better. The first diagonal, I felt like she could have just let the rein go a little bit more. He was holding himself over the back, which wasn't really allowing for that ground cover to come through. Nice here in the canter. That's when you can really see whether they're straight or not down that long side. Just went to drop her. Margherita just really saying, no, come on, stay with me. Could have seen slightly better balance in the counter canter. Nice in the canter here across the diagonal. Yes, better this time. And a nice transition back into the trot work. And actually I feel the canter's now improved this trot. So coming down the centre line now, just finishing their test is Margherita, Josi and Sir Elkintot for Italy.
Big hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Scores coming through. 6.8 for the trot, 7.4 for the walk, 7.5 for the canter, 6.9 for submission and 7.2 for overall perspective. A total score of 71.6 and into fourth place there for this Italian combination. Spectator score of 70.5.
7.4, canter 7.5, submission 6.9, perspective 7 zat iets lager met de score.
Next into the arena, it is one for Norway.
Ladies and gentlemen, next rider is entering the main arena.
Riding Triumph Zamba.
From Norway,
Silje Indrebo. A mare by Blue Horse Zach out of a Sir Donahall, the second mare. A Norwegian Danish warm blood. Breeder is Jonas Ilvenbach or Grun Johnson. And Seal is also the owner of this horse, representing Norway. So starting their test now for Norway, it is Silje Indrebo and Triumph Zamba. A really active little horse. Seems like she's got a nice hind leg. Just like to see a little bit more suppleness over the back to come into a more through contact. Just looks like she's holding herself a little. Really sweet looking mare though. Her ears pricked and listening to her rider. Good ground cover. Really nice there across the diagonal. Just getting a bit distracted into the halt. The lovely square one. That's a real pity. Can she relax now into the walk? Just getting distracted. I don't know if it's the cameras or if it's the shoppers around the edge of the arena, but not really settled here in the walk. Getting better now. Just needing to take a breath. Some good ground cover here in the walk. Again, that will bring the submission score down. Much better here towards the end. Again, just having to watch the balance there in the canter around the turn. And yeah, just not really showing that good quality walk that the judges would like to see in the middle of the simple change. Yeah, I could definitely show more stretching there. Really not much difference shown at all. Lovely job there from Silje, Indrebo and Triumph Zamba for Norway. For me, I just wanted to see more self-carriage from this horse. I think she just felt like she was holding herself over the back and just lost that suppleness and that self-carriage that the judges really want to see, and that's when the mistakes crept in. Trot 7.2, walk 6.2, canter 6.6, submission 5.5, and perspective 6.6. 64.2. A rank of 5th place there for this partnership.
So the average is 64.2%.
Judges definitely wanting to see more relaxation. 69.444 into 5th from the judges that are around the arena. Those spectators, you can follow along from home by downloading the spectator judging app. Again, lots to like. I just there again, you can see the self-carriage is just gone. She's hollowing over the back a little bit, and Silje is just having to bring her back through the hand rather than really use her body to get that half halt. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the walk, they had that tension as well.
And the riders are starting in the FEI preliminary test for 5 years old horses. Presented by Animal Horse Sticks. And the best result so far is score of 86.8. The result for the Richter, and in my mind, they are going in the lead. Second position, 86.6 for Lena Waldman, Germany, and Jaden. Or the Oldenburg Stubble.
So next into the arena, it is a rider for Spain, Christina Torrent and Dina Mark, a black mare by Rio Mark out of Sandro Hit mare. This is a CDE, which is a Spanish sports horse. The breeder is Marco das Pias. And Christina owns and rides this horse herself. So in now for Spain, Christina Torrent and Dina Mark. Plenty of impulsion in the trot. Again, lovely cadence. And good balance there in the half 10-metre circles. Very expressive mare. Super ground cover. Really lovely uphill frame and seems to be in good self-carriage. Nice into the halt. Much better rein back than we've seen. Keeping that pole up. Yeah, we'd just like to see more ground cover in this walk for the big scores. Nice relaxation, nice stretching. better ground cover here, but again, for the really big marks like we saw earlier with that 9.7, you really want to see the horse using its whole body as it walks. Still some nice walk work, but the bar was set very high early on. This horse seems to be very naturally active, really taking the rider, and we've seen a few horses today just dropping off the rider's aids a little in the arena and coming back a little bit too soon, anticipating this walk transition, whereas this horse really in front of the rider's aids. Coming into the stretching now. Again, just got to be careful that she doesn't push him actually too, her too forward. That she actually loses the balance in the trot. Into the final halt there. And a big smile from Spain's Christina Torrent and Denmark. For Spain, a punch in the air. You can see how much it's raining. It's really coming down, but not putting a dampener on the spirits of these riders. And it's an 8 for the trot, a 7.8 for the walk, 7.6 for the canter, 8 for the submission, and 7.9 for the perspective. Into third place, 78.6. A thumbs up for Christina. She's extremely happy. Spectator judges gave 75.091 for fourth place, just having her slightly behind. The judges having her in third. Spanish spectators really enjoying that.
And the result for the audience, from the audience, is 75.091. 75,091 score van het publiek.
So now into the arena. It's the first combination for Denmark. Allan, also gron, and Sobakus Mod. Another bay mare. This is by Hasselhoj Donkey Boy out of Wilkins mare. Danish warm blood. The breeder is Agnete Homstead. Owned by Norcordia APS. So coming into the arena now for Denmark, Allan, uglso, gron and Sobakenhos mod. Very elegant mare. Lovely elasticity in the trot. Again, beautifully uphill. Super ground cover there in the medium trot. Really good in the hind leg. Just at times the contact not quite secure. Again, difficult for these really big moving horses to have that balance all of the time and to be able to stay secure in the contact. That comes from strength and time in this big moving trot. Better there towards the end. Lovely square halt. Just dropping the pole slightly, but good steps in the rein back. And super here into the walk. Really good ground cover, super relaxation. Again, another horse really using its body to walk. Lovely relaxation. This is looking very smart so far. Could it be enough to take the lead? Again, beautiful into the canter. Another happy horse, just always got its ears forward, listening to its rider. I can confirm we have 9s on the score sheet. Nice and balanced here into the canter. Well ridden by Allan. Oh, just a miscommunication there in the transition coming back to the trot. Yeah, lovely hair. Taking that contact out. So coming into their final halt for Denmark, it is Allan, uglso, gron and Sobakenhos mod. Really super test. Really lovely mare. That trot and the walk work was standout for me. Just waiting for the results to come through, but really lovely trot work, beautifully supple through its body. Again, the same in the walk, really covering the ground. The canter a little bit weaker, I felt, but overall really nice balance, good cadence in the trot, and just seems to have a really lovely attitude to her work.
Today, we have spectator judging as well. Ook u kunt mee beoordelen vandaag op dit wereldkampioenschap waar we gestart zijn bij de 5-jarige paarden.
So, trot 9, walk 9.2, canter 7.8, submission 7.6, and perspective 8.5. So, into third, 84.2%.
Third place, the result 84.2. 84,2%. Voorlopig derde plaats.
Spectators had him in the lead, 82.873. A really, really lovely job there from Allan Uglso Gron from Denmark.
In the lead, Leonie Richter, Germany, and in my mind, 86.8. Second, Lena Waldman, Germany, Silje, 86.6. And the third position now for Denmark, Allan Uglso Gron, 84.2%. En nu als publiek gaf een score van 82,873. Spectator judges result 82.873. Today, 44 riders in total in this first competition. For the 5-year-old horses, 44 competitors in total.
Next into the arena, it is a rider for New Zealand, Victoria Wool, and first hit EDH.
Starting first hit EDH.
A bay stallion by First and Ball out of a Sandro hit.
The owner and breeder, Elite Dressage.
Yes, the owner and breeder is in fact Elite Dressage horses. This is a New Zealand Rhineland.
Rijnlanders, dames en heren, ondergebracht bij het stamboek in Nieuw-Zeeland. So, Victoria Wall from New Zealand, first hit EDH.
Plenty of spectators gathering now. The rain's still coming down. So into their test now for New Zealand, Victoria Wool and first hit EDH. Some nice trot work. Could have seen a bit more suppleness through those 2 half 10-meter circles. Just lost the balance halfway through. Nice here. Maybe not quite as uphill as we've seen from some of the other combinations so far. Some really nice rhythm in the trot. Again, would like to see more suppleness there through the serpentine. Some nice ground cover again, just a little bit on the shoulder there, rather than taking that nice uphill frame, taking the weight on the hind leg. Good, into the walk. First and bulls I found generally have good ground cover in the walk. Yeah, some nice steps there. Could swing maybe a little bit more over the back in the walk. Didn't quite get that direct transition into the canter at A. Some nice steps in the canter. Again, not the biggest, most ground covering canter we've seen today. Slightly early into the trot there. Oh dear. Just some miscommunications there. And again, that's going to bring her submission mark down and the overall perspective. Some nice stretching in the trot. As she comes down the final centre line now for New Zealand, Victoria Wall and first hit EDH. A good job from this combination.
New Zealand, Victoria Wall starting first at EDH by first and ball.
A really lovely first and ball stallion. We just wait for those scores to come through. 7.2 for trot, 7.4 for walk, canter 6.9, 6.2 for submission, and 6.7 for perspective. Into 7th place, 68.8%. That puts her into 7th place so far. 44 horse and rider combinations coming forward today. So spectators having her in 6th. 72.254. You just see some of the highlights of the test now. Yeah, for me, I just feel like it needed more suppleness, more swing over the back, more self-carriage, some really good paces. Just want to see more athleticism. You can see there just leaning a little bit on the hand and not really taking that weight behind to come up into that lovely uphill frame. Again, I think another year and that horse will be so much stronger and able to take that weight, and then she'll really see the scores coming through. So into the arena now. It is our first combination for Sweden. It is runesson and Glasgow. This is a bay stallion by Grand Galaxy Win out of a Figaro mare. A Swedish warm blood. The owner is Per Runesson. And the breeder is Gansbro Stuttori.
Number 9, ladies and gentlemen, for Sweden, Mia Runesson, Glasgow.
So the bell has gone, and into her test now. It is Mia Runesson and Glasgow for Sweden. A very, very expressive stallion. Super here in the hind leg, and a really lovely uphill frame. Good here in the trot rhythm. Again, another horse with a lot of cadence, a lot of elasticity. Nice in the ground cover there in the medium trot. Lots of swing. I think this horse, in comparison to some of the others, shows a real willingness to collect. Just dropping the pole again into the rein back. Lovely and relaxed in the walk. Yeah, fairly good ground cover in the walk. Definitely not the biggest walk that we've seen so far today. Better here in this extended walk. Again, keeping that activity. Just got to be careful that she doesn't actually push it too forward. It's a bit slow off the aids into the canter. Come on. He didn't get that memo. Pretty good in the balance here into the counter. Again, showing good clear transitions into the walk and again back up into the canter. Just like to see more ground cover here in the canter. Oh, again, him just dropping her in that transition. Oh dear. It's so hard when they just drop off all of your aids. That's it. That's really going to pull her submission scores down. That's such a pity. And I think that's why she's had to ride him so forward through the test, just to keep him in front of her. What a shame there for Mia Rusen and Glasgow from Sweden. So hard when they just down tools and say, no, not today, thanks, Mum. So we just wait for those scores to be confirmed. We are going to see quite a low submission form. Submission is for standard of training based on the scales, suppleness, contact, straightness, the obedience, including the different movements and the transitions within the paces. 7.8 for trot, 7.6 for walk, 6.8 for the canter, 5.5 for the submission, and 6.5 for the overall perspective. Into 8th, 68.4.
Trot 7.8, walk 7.6, canter 6.8, submission 5.5.
The spectator score put her into 6th, 73.228. Remember, you can download that spectator judging app and join along from home. Some really nice work here at the beginning in this trot. Good ground cover. And then unfortunately, as the test went on, he just dropped her, and we could see going into the canter transition, he just was not on her aids. And then again, coming back into the trot from the canter work. It is so devastating when they can drop you like that. But she did a great job of keeping things together and just carrying on regardless. So just 2 more combinations to go now before we go into the break. This is a rider from the Netherlands, Femke, laat and Mission. A chestnut stallion by Eyecatcher, a KWPN. The breeder is Titan Villares, owned by Brewer BV and Stolram Verkemund.
The rider for the Netherlands, Femke de Laat. For the quota of the Netherlands, KWPN Mission.
Can see all of the Dutch out in support for Femke. A sea of orange in the audience. So into the arena now for the Netherlands, Femke de Laat and Mission. Again, a really lovely, expressive horse. Nice and supple. Great elasticity. A really, really lovely frame. Could just be a little bit more consistent into that contact. But again, I've said it before earlier, when there's such big moving horses, that's sometimes when the contact can get a little bit disrupted. Lovely there. Into the walk now. Just got to make sure that he keeps that nose forward. That's better there. Could just see him curling behind a little bit after the halt. Better here. Again, for those big marks, you'd want to see more ground cover, more walking through his body. There is ground cover there, but I don't think that's going to be the top walk score that we've seen today. We've had a couple in the 9s already. Really super here in the canter. Lovely and uphill. Good in the balance, good in the rhythm. Lovely direct transition into the walk. Really super rhythm here in the canter. Lovely straightness throughout as well. This horse really naturally balanced. The trot work for me is definitely standout though. Super stretching. And that just shows you what good self-carriage he's in when he's picked up into the working trot. Super, super ground cover. I think this is going to be a good score. Super job from the Netherlands, Femke, laat and mission. A big, big smile there. Big pats for mission. So we just wait for those scores to come through. As I said, the trot a real standout highlight for me. Really, really super work from this combination. And it's a 9 for the trot, a 7 for the walk, 7.7 for canter, submission 8.3 and perspective 8.4. Into 4th place, a total of 80.8%. So into the top 4 for Femke, laat. The spectators had her in 3rd, 80.433. So just one combination to go before we go into the break. You can see why he picked up that 9 for his trot work. Really, really super balanced. Lovely ground cover.
competition.
Lovely stretching there, really taking that contact down and out. And again, like I said earlier, really shows what good self-carriage is in that trot work. Definitely a super horse for the future. So into the arena now, it is another rider for Denmark, Victoria E. Valentin and Lingberg St. Paris. A dark blay mare by Blue Horse St. Chufro, out of a Blue Horse Rockefeller mare, Danish warm blood. The breeder is Bent Borgensen, and the owner is United Dressage and Valentin Dressage. An incredibly experienced rider, despite her young age. A regular here at the World Breeding Championships. Picked up plenty of medals in the Youth Championships as well. So the bell has gone. And we welcome into the arena now for Denmark, Victoria E. Valentin and Lingberg's St. Paris. Just lost the straightness coming into that first halt. What a super mare. Beautifully uphill. Look at that trot. Super rhythm. Lovely and supple. So much elasticity. Really, really super. Huge ground cover. Tracking up beautifully there in the medium trot. Not easy when they're battling this amount of rain as well. So beautifully supple. A real joy to watch. Really, really beautiful. Maintaining that uphill tendency through all of the trot work. Really showing that willingness to collect. I think that's probably the best rein back we've seen so far as well today. And again, into a lovely relaxed walk. Yeah, fairly nice walk steps. Just about, it's tracking up. I'd like to see more ground cover in the walk for really high walk marks. We've seen some really super walks so far this morning where they've really walked through their whole body, and I liken it to a panther, and this horse just a little bit tight over the back in the walk compared to some of the others that we've seen. but certainly makes up for it in the trot and in this spectacular canter. Again, really great rhythm here in the canter. Good natural balance. And this horse really naturally forward in all three paces. Maintaining that lovely uphill tendency in the trot and the canter especially. And super stretching. This is going to be a very big mark. Is it going to be enough to take her into the lead? What a special, special horse. And beautifully ridden there by Victoria E. Valentin. Lindbergh St. Paris. A super mare by Blue Horse Saint Choufreau. And see how much it's really pouring. Victoria using all of her experience. 9.2 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 9.3 for the canter, 9s for the submission, and 8.8 for the perspective. Into the lead there with 88.2% before we head into the break for Victoria E. Valentin. A really, really special mare. The spectators agree, 85.324 into the lead as well from the spectators. Huge smile from Victoria and big, big pats there for Lindbergh's St. Paris as we watch the highlights from this spectacular test. Beautifully supple. This horse so naturally balanced, really nicely uphill. Super frame throughout, just didn't change. A really, really secure contact. Victoria giving them a really super ride. And that lovely uphill canter. What a way to finish the first section of this 5-year-old preliminary test for the qualifier. So we just head into a 15-minute break now. Make sure you join us back at 13 minutes past 10 local time for the next section of riders.
It's been 7 years now since I lost my way. It doesn't seem like long, my whole world has changed. It's in all the little things. When you smile now it stings. It's been 7 minutes since I lost the girl of my dream. It's been half an hour now since I dropped you home. And I'm driving past the places we both know. Past the bar where we first kissed, and that movie that we missed, 'cause we were hanging out in the parking lot. Now I sink a little deeper, think a little clearer, looking at myself through these newfound eyes. Is it too late to turn around? I'm already halfway out of town. Now I know how I let you down. Oh, I finally figured it out. I forgot to love you, love you, love you. I forgot to love you, love you, love you. Radio's playing songs for me and you. Chasing cars reminds me of nights in your room. Drinking wine in the window, back when life was so damn simple. How the hell did I end up losing you? Is it too late to turn around? I'm already halfway out of town. Now I know how I let you down. Oh, I finally figured it out. I forgot to love you, love you, love you. I forgot to love you, love you, love you. I forgot to love you, love you, love you. I forgot to love you, love you. If I came back now, would you still be there? If I come around, would you even care? If I came back now, would you still be there? If I come around, would you even care? Is it too late to turn around? I'm already halfway out of town. Now I know how I let you down. Oh, I finally figured it out. I forgot to love you, love you, love you. desde aquí. Vámonos, abre tu mundo que espera por ti. Tú piensas mañana, vas de aquí hacia allá. Date un momento y todo lo bueno va. Todo lo bueno va. Vamos a ver tu mundo, que lo bueno te está esperando. Vamos a ver tu mundo, que lo espera por ti. Desde aquí hacia allá, no le pides de más. Vamos a ver tu mundo, que lo espera por ti. Vamos a ver tu mundo, que lo bueno te está esperando. Vamos a ver tu mundo, que lo espera por ti. Desde aquí hacia allá, no le pides de más. Vamos a ver tu mundo, que lo espera por ti. Jason Rulo, I can't read you. My sexy Mona Lisa. Can't tell if you gon' leave here or if you wanna stay. Girl, just ease up. Don't tell him about to see her. You say that you a freak up, but fall asleep at 8. Sheesh, but you're perfectly dysfunctional. You crazy like my mama, mama. Sheesh, girl, you killing me. But you won't see me with another lover, baby. Oh, you just a little loco, like boats in Acapulco. I'm just riding the wave, baby. Oh, you just a little loco, emotions like a yo-yo. But I love you that way. There's something about a crazy loving. I love you that way. Damn that body, that Berlin Versace. Did I win the lottery or am I gonna pay? Damn, you got me like Bitcoin and like Doge. I'm rich with you beside me, 'cause you're not coin-based. Sheesh, but you're perfectly dysfunctional. You crazy like my mama, mama. Sheesh, girl, you killing me. But you won't see me with another lover, baby. Oh, you just a little loco, like boats in Acapulco.
launching FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for young horses, qualifier for the 5-year-old horses, presented by Allan Horstux. Next riders entering the main arena.
So welcome back after the short break. We have the next rider into the arena now, and it's from the Ukraine, Varvara, Sorokina and Martin Titi, a bay gelding by Ghana KS out of a Johnson mare, a KWPN. The breeder Jaden Van Kassel.
It's the number 12 at the starting order. So in the lead, by a result of 88.2, Victoria Valentin for Denmark and Lungers.
As the arena announcer said, the score to beat so far is 88.2.
And third from Germany, Lena Waldmann.
In second place, it is Leonie Richter, and in my mind, 86.8. In third, Lena Waldmann, and 86.6. So really up in those high 80%. So now in for the Ukraine, Varvara, Sorokina and Martin Titi. Could definitely see some more suppleness through those half 10-meter circles. Just some inconsistencies in the contact. Just want to see that greater level of balance to ensure that they can really push up into that consistent contact. Seems a really sweet, willing horse. Quite a big horse by the looks of things. Very naturally uphill. Just not the biggest ground cover that we've seen. I think that's what's going to be holding it back from getting those big marks for its trot work. Again, not much difference shown there in the medium strides. Some nice steps in the rein back. This horse seems very relaxed in the arena. Just coming up a little bit short on the left foreleg towards the end of that walk. Just not really open and loose through the shoulder. And again there, as they come back to the track. This was really nicely on the rider's aids, really listening. Nice and forward in the canter work. Just lost a bit of the straightness down that long side. You can see the quarters creeping in a little. Better balance here in the canter. Again, just having to keep an eye out for that straightness. Again, beautifully on the aids in the simple change. Good stretching here in the trot. Again, actually slightly improved ground cover now after the canter work. As they come into their final halt. There we have it for the Ukraine's Varvara sorokina. 6.8 for the trot, 6.8 for the walk, 7.2 for the canter, 7.6 for submission, and 7.2 for perspective. Into 9th place, 71.2% there for Varvara and Martin Titi. Spectator score of 68.479. That would have put her into 12th place.
New and used those which are directly available out of stock and custom made.
So as they just announce the scores to the crowd, we can watch some of the highlights from this test. As I said, not the biggest, most ground covering horse that we've seen today, but lovely and uphill in its frame. You can see there, even in the trot, really naturally uphill. Just needs to get that strength to really lift and increase that ground cover.
7.2, submission 7.6, perspective 7.2.
But you can tell they're a really great partnership. Martin Titi really listening to her rider.
Varvara, sorokina uit de Oekraïne. De KW-winner Martin Titi. Officieel dus 71,2. Publiek had een score van 67,479. Score of the audience 67.479. Next to go, number 13 at his starting order, Victor Roa from France.
Next into the arena, it is a rider for France, Victor Brewer and Berlines LH. A stallion by Boncoeur out of a De Niro mare, lovely Hanoverian. Owned by SAS BBI Dressage. The breeder is Harris du LH.
Victor Roa, Bernier Elha.
Still pouring with rain here in Ermelo. Hopefully it brightens up over the weekend. So starting their test now for France, Victor Brewer and Berlines LH. A lovely little stallion. Good ground cover here in the trot. Lovely difference shown there in the medium. Nice there. Just came a little bit hollow on that short side before they started this serpentine. Much better suppleness now. Super ground cover in this walk. Really nice and relaxed. Over tracking beautifully here. Good stretching. Again, a horse nice and relaxed, but really listening to the rider, all improving those important submission marks. Really super walk work. Good clear transitions there in the simple change, nice and balanced in the counter canter. Again, not the biggest moving horse we've seen, but really lovely and correct, and I really like the way that it's been trained. Very, very nice and correct in its way of going. Lovely there in the stretch. And into the final halt there for Victor Brewer and Berlions LH for France. A really, really sweet little stallion. A lovely partnership. I think a really nice overall test there. 7.3 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 7.3 for the canter, 7.1 for submission, and 7.4 for perspective. Overall into 7th place, 73.8%.
Walk 7.8.
I thought actually he could have scored higher in the walk. It's got a really, really spectacular overtrack and it really walked through its body. So I'm surprised it only got 7.8 for that. I mean, even here when he's just mooching around on a long rein, a huge overtrack. As I said, not the biggest moving horse that we've seen today, but really, really lovely and correct in its way of going. I think Victor did a great job of showing him off to his best.
Zien binnenkomen voor Nederland Dinja van Lieren. Next to go is the number 14 at the starting order for the Netherlands Dinja van Lieren. Starting the 5 years old stallion Mamo Turvorst.
Big pats there for Berlion's LH. So next into the arena, it is our bronze medalist from the World Championships a few weeks ago in Herning. It is Dinja van Lier, and this time she's riding Moro Turvorst, a black stallion biosonic NOP out of a Negro mare, a KWPN. Breeder is Grieve. The owner is Racing Horses BV and Stotard Turvorst BV. So starting their test now for the Netherlands, Dinja van Lier and Moro Turvorst. A very, very expressive young stallion. Great elasticity in the trot. Lovely expression. Just feel at times the neck could come out a little bit more to show a little bit more of an open frame, but a really, really, oh, just lost the balance there around the corner. Just a little break in the rhythm. Super ground cover here in the trot. Again, in those medium paces, you just want to see the frame extended slightly more, in my opinion. Nice suppleness here in the serpentine. Better there. It's just marginal, but just opening that frame just a tiny bit can make such a huge difference. Just leaving a hind leg out in the halt. Super steps of rein back, keeping that pole up. Some pretty nice steps in the walk. Good in the frame there. Really nicely taking that contact forward and out in the walk. That's when the horse can really use its body. Not the biggest overtrack we've seen, but some really lovely steps. Super relaxation. Nicely on the aids into the canter. Again, super uphill. Really nicely, naturally balanced in the canter. Again, the same for me in this frame in the canter. Just want to see it open a little bit more in the frame. Really super steps in the trot. Again, it really shows up in that stretching, because instead of taking the contact out and down, he's just curling up underneath himself a little bit. Just want to see that self-carriage come into play a little bit more. But a really, really talented horse. Super expression. Really, really nicely ridden by Dinja. Big, big pats there for Maro Toffenhorst. So we just wait for those scores to come through. Really, really super horse. Dinja doing a really good job of bringing them up through these young horse classes up into the Grand Prix. We saw Hermes going through that, and then obviously going out and winning those bronze medals at the World Championships just a few months ago. 9.2 for the trot, 7.9 for the walk, 8.8 for the cantus, 8.3 for submission, and 8.7 for perspective. Into fourth place, 85.8% there. That is a competition best for this partnership. The spectator judges putting her into second, 83.886. A good job there from Dinja van Lier and Maro Toffenhorst. We just watch the highlights now. I just think if she could have opened that frame a little bit more, there was definitely more marks in there. It's a really, really super talented horse. Absolutely gorgeous trot work. At 9.2, very well deserved. And I think there could be a 9.5 or even a 10 in there as he gets stronger. Really lovely again here in the canter. Showing great ground cover.
From Australia, Jaden Brown, the number 15, starting the 5-year-old mare, Varvara.
So into the arena now. It is a rider for Australia, Jaden Brown and Willinga Park Miana. A black mare by Zonic. Sorry, that was the last horse. A black mare by Franklin, out of a Bordeaux mare. It's lovely KWPN. Owner Terence Snow, breeder JA and B Napa. Jaden decided to base himself over in the UK to train and compete ahead of the World Championships in Herning, and of course ahead of this World Championships for young horses. A big commitment, but definitely paid off. So into the arena now for Australia, Jaden Brown and Willinga Park Miana. Oh dear. That's a real shame. Again, a horse with lovely elasticity. Really nice here in the frame. Jaden does a really super job with these young horses. He was based at Mount St John for a little while, riding all of their young prospects before he decided to head back to Australia and base himself at Willinga Park. Super ground cover. Great elasticity in the trot. This horse really nice in the frame. You can see consistently on or in front of the vertical. Just at times like there, where she just comes away from the contact slightly. Really, really super. Again, showing a really lovely willingness to collect. Could have just maintained that halt for a little longer. I'd just like to see more relaxation here. She looks on the edge of jogging. Jaden doing a really good job of keeping her relaxed. Yeah. Again, the ground cover suffering just because the tension's coming in and she's wanting to just get going instead of really relaxing into the walk work. And again, they're just anticipating the canter. It will bring her overall mark down because of the lack of relaxation there in the walk. Really lovely and uphill here in the canter work. Good ground cover. Good rhythm in the canter. Really lovely self-carriage. And again, there, just in the walk, not really showing an established walk in the simple change. Really lovely back into this trot. Definitely a great prospect for the future, this one. Lovely stretching. That's what I mean about stretching down and out into that lovely open frame, maintaining on the vertical the whole time. And there we have it for Australia, Jaden Brown and Willinga Park Miana. Jaden doing a really good job of keeping his cool and giving Miana a really lovely time in the arena. Just some tension creeping in today, especially in the walk work, which is a real shame. I think in the small final, hopefully she can come in here and take a bit of a breath and relax more into it. But an 8 for the trot, 6.8 for the walk, 8.2 for the canter, 7.6 for submission, and 7.8 for perspective. Into 8th place, 76.8% there for Jaden Brown and Willinga Park Miana. The spectators rewarding them with 74.236 into 9th place there from the spectator judging as we just watch some of the highlights. I really loved the overall picture of this combination. I thought this horse had super elasticity and a really, really lovely frame in the trot and the canter. Just the walk where the tension crept in, and I think if Jaden can continue just giving this horse the confidence, I think this is going to be a really, really smart horse in the future.
Ook staan de servicemedewerkers in de werkplaats klaar om uw wagen in optimale conditie te houden. U kunt er ook terecht voor onderhoud, 24 uur service en AEK. Ook is het mogelijk een wagen te huren.
Next into the arena, it is another rider for Germany, Charlotte Maria Sherman, and she's riding Lifetime. Another stallion by Leeuwarden, out of Furstenball mare. Lovely Hanoverian, bred by Johannes Hasselink, owned by Domus Equus Nieder SC.
Germany, Charlotte Maria Sherman, Lifetime.
So starting their test now for Germany, Charlotte Maria Sherman and Lifetime. Another very expressive stallion. I was just about to say nicely balanced, and then just he fell onto the shoulder over X before he turned onto his left half 10-meter circle. Plenty of impulsion in the trot. Just want to see that uphill balance maintained a little bit more consistently. Some nice ground covering steps there in the medium trot. Again, just want to see the balance come more on the hind leg rather than running a little bit onto the shoulder. Really super here in the walk, lovely and relaxed. Definitely walking through the body here, huge over track. Really good activity. That's better there in the contact when he really takes the rein out and down. Yeah, nice jump here in the canter. And super balance in the counter canter. Lovely simple change, really nice and balanced through that. Just needs to maintain that same level of self-carriage throughout. Nice here. Really taking that stretch. Could definitely have stretched more there. I felt like she could have just given him a little bit more in the stretching. And there we have it for Germany's Charlotte Maria Sherman and Lifetime. A really, really lovely stallion. Seems to have a really, really lovely work ethic. Again, very, very willing horse. Super elasticity, really nice balance in the canter work especially. Just at times could have been in more self-carriage in the trot. Trot's 8.7, walk 8.5, canter 8.4, submission 8.3 and perspective 8.5. So into 5th place now, 84.8% in total.
Average of 84.8 and a 5th position.
Spectators judging, putting them into 3rd, 83.286. Really, really lovely job there as we watch those highlights. Really lovely balance, as I said, here in the canter. I think, again, for those really high marks, I mean, she got great marks anyway, but I think for the higher marks, the judges would just like to see a bit more self-carriage, keeping that uphill tendency. Just a couple of times in the trot especially, just lost the balance slightly. Just felt like sometimes in the medium paces in the trot, he was just running slightly. But a really, really good job overall from Charlotte Maria Sherman from Germany. So into the arena now, it is another rider for Spain, Juan de Dios Ramirez Gacera and Charo Anzores. A grey stallion by Carousel Azores and out of a Gneum mare. Our first PRE, owned by Antonio Ruiz Fernandez and Uega de Azores, and the breeder is Paragi de Azores. So starting their test now for Spain, it is Juan de Dios Ramirez Garcia and Charo Azores. Really striking stallion. Pre's doing really, really well in dressage at the moment. We saw lots at the World Championships being really successful. Just a little bit of tension around that corner. You can see that it was the same just before he entered the test. Huge ground cover there in the medium trot. Could maybe have just seen a little bit more from behind in that. Super elasticity here though in the working trot. And good suppleness in the serpentine. Yeah, good rhythm there in the trot. Keeping the rhythm through the medium. And just leaving that hind leg out, unfortunately, in the halt. Good steps of rein back. Tracking up here in the walk. Again, for those big marks, we would just want to see some more ground cover in the walk. Oh, just a little stumble there behind. Could also just take the stretch a little bit more in the walk. Lovely, and on the aids there into canter. And again, super ground cover here in the canter work. Great natural balance. Really lovely in the self-carriage. I think actually maybe the canter his best pace so far. Really nicely balanced. So he comes back to the trot now for the trot stretch on the half circle. Yeah, lovely here in the trot. Really good stretching. So finishing the test now for Spain, it is Juan de Dios Ramirez Garcia, and he's riding Chalo Azores, and 7.3 for the trot, 7 for the walk, 7.1 for the canter, 7.5 for submission, and 7.4 for perspective. Into 12th place there was 72.6%.
Trot 7.3, walk 7.0.
So remember, the top 12 from this class will directly qualify for the finals. Spectator judges putting him in 10th place, 74.245. Very close marks there between the spectators and the judges. So we just watch the highlights now. Really lovely, consistent work throughout. Good ground cover here in the medium trots.
Thank you very much. Mooie sfeer al op deze eerste dag van dit wereldkampioenschap. Spectator scores 74.245. Publiek van het resultaat van 74,245. Nogmaals, het grote beeldscherm dat we de komende dagen wel weer te kunnen gebruiken wordt zo snel mogelijk gerepareerd. Alles te maken.
5 riders to come forward before we go to a 30-minute break. Two riders for Germany, a rider for Sweden, 2 riders for Sweden and another from Spain. But in now is the first rider for Germany of these final 5, Lisa Marie Conch and Field Your OLD, a bay mare by Blue Horse Saint Chufro, the second Blue Horse Saint Chufro horse that we've seen. Out of a feeder Tans, the second mare, lovely Oldenburg, owned by Morel Segatsbrut and bred by Marielle Segansbrunt.
Germany, because the stable is Oldenburg. Wildor, for Germany, Lisa Marie Koch.
So great to see such a variety of mares, stallions and geldings. I think we've seen them in fairly equal measure today. Lots of beautiful mares coming forward. So starting their test now is Lisa Marie Con and Field Your OLD. Really lovely here in the frame from this beautiful mare. Nice and uphill. Great self-carriage and lovely suppleness there through the half circles. This horse has a lovely swing to the trot. Great ground cover here in the medium. Really showing a clear difference. Again, lovely supple here in the serpentine. Really nicely balanced in the trot work. Again, very correct in its way of training. And beautifully ridden by Lisa Marie Con. Some nice steps in the rein back, just dropping the pole slightly. And super into the walk. Really lovely over track here in the walk. Again, the horse really using its body. Good activity. Really, really super ground cover. Gorgeous, gorgeous mare. This is definitely one I wouldn't mind having in my stables. Lovely and active in the medium canter. This horse's frame just hasn't changed throughout the trot and the canter work. Really lovely balance. Nice and uphill. A really elegant mare. As she comes back to the trot work. And into the stretch. Again, showing really good stretch down and out, really taking that contact beautifully. No change in the rhythm. Really, really beautifully trained mare. Very, very elegant in its way of going, very correct. Really, really willing, sweet mare. Yes, I like that one. Very, very sweet. As I said, very correct in its way of going. A super, super walk. Lovely rhythmical trot. Really able to show the ground cover, show that elasticity. Not the biggest moving horse that we've seen today, but very correct in its way of going and very elegant. 8.6 for the trot, 8.9 for the walk, 8.2 for the canter, 8.7 submission and 8.7 for perspective. Into fourth, 86.2% there. Really, really lovely partnership. Great harmony between these two. Really well ridden. The spectators putting them into second place, 85.280. Spectators really enjoying it. I just loved how supple this lovely horse is. Really, really beautiful way of going. Really following the scales of training. Lovely and balanced, and just in beautiful self-carriage throughout. A definite one of my favourites.
Still in the lead from Denmark, Victoria Valentin and Longyear's St. Paris, the score 88.2. Second from Germany, Leonie Richter, in my mind, 86.8. And the third from Germany, Lena Waldman, Celine.
So 2 riders for Sweden. Still left to go, a rider for Germany and 1 for Spain. But next up it is Jenna Hogberg and B. Alex. A black gelding by Ampere out of a Dalwhinnie mare, Swedish warm blood. Owner and breeder is Bo Peterson and Ava Peterson. Starting their test now for Sweden, Jenna Hogberg and B. Alex. Another very, very expressive horse. This one a gelding. Lovely uphill in its frame. Showing a really good willingness to collect. Yeah, and great ground cover here in the medium. Could just have stretched a little bit more in the frame, just opened up a little bit there in the medium trot. Really, really super work in the trot. Just not quite square into that halt. Good correct rhythm here in the walk. Again, for those big marks, we would want to see more ground cover, but good stretching. Slightly better ground cover now, but very correct in its way of going in the walk. Just want to see more ground cover for those big marks. Good overall rhythm in the walk. Big moving horse here in the canter. Beautifully straight. We've seen a few horses just curling the hind leg round down that long side. Again, just maintaining that. Oh, that's a real shame. Just changed in the trot and lost the balance, and then had to come back to walk and then back into the canter. And that's going to for sure affect her submission. Obviously affects the balance as well of the canter, so could pull the canter mark down a little as well. Really, really super smart horse. Lovely balance throughout. Apart from that little blunder in the canter. Really lovely and uphill. Again, another really super willing horse. Great elasticity, especially in the trot and the canter work. She will get marked down for her submission, which is a real shame, because I think that could have been good enough to put her in the top 5. I think she might just be slightly out of that now due to that little blip. 9.5 for the trot, 7.4 for the walk, 9 for the canter, submission 7.4, and perspective 8.3. Into 7th place, 84.2. A really, really smart horse here. Definitely one to watch out for. A real shame about that little blip in the canter work. Spectator score, they put her into 4th. 83.497.
Jenna hogberg can be Alex by Ampere.
This lovely trot scoring 8.5. Beautifully supple. Very, very elastic. Great swing through the horse's back. A definite highlight. As I said before, could just maybe have opened up in the frame a little bit more in those medium trots. And just those little things can be the difference between, you know, I mean, that got a 9.5. That could have potentially been a 9.6 or a 9.7. 84.2 though, an overall score, and that is a combination best. Into the arena now. It is a rider for Germany, Veronica Grebedunkel and exclusiva Mont Hispano. A grey mare by Encedido, and out of an Ermitano, the third mare. Another PRE. Owned by Jesus Milano Nito and bred by Jamie Morano Garcia.
Exclusiva Monte Spagno, and a rider for Germany, Veronica grebedunkel, and the horse Varvara Español. Ieder land dus een bepaald quota toebedeeld, dames en heren. Dus dit in de duinstammenzolen, maar paard hoort tot het PRE. Valt dus onder het quota van Spanje.
So starting their test now for Germany. It is Veronica Grebedunkel and exclusiva Monte Hispano. A little unbalanced into the first halt. Really lovely trot work here. Could just maybe have had a little bit more suppleness through those half circles. Very, very expressive horse. Huge ground cover. Really super balanced there in the serpentine. Yeah, could just have a little bit more from behind there, I feel, in the medium trots. And a bit of resistance in the rein back. Lovely and relaxed here in the walk. Again, could just show more ground cover for those big marks. Really lovely stretching, taking that contact down and out. Could just have more swing through the body. Like I said earlier, you want to see them like a panther, really using their whole body and gobbling up the ground in the walk, and just didn't quite get that swing over the back and that ground cover that the judges are going to want to give those 9s to. Good rhythm here in the canter. Again, at times just losing the balance onto the shoulder a little. Better here. Good preparation into the walk. Could just have established that walk a little more in the simple change. Good transition back to the trot. Really keen to take the contact down in the stretch. Really, really lovely stretching shown there. So that's it for Veronica, grebedunkel and exclusiva Monte Hispano. 7 to the trot, 6.8 for the walk, 6.9 for the canter, 7.1 for submission and 7 for perspective. A total of 69.6 for 17th place there for this partnership. Spectator judges putting them also into 17th with 71.501.
2 riders left and 30 minutes break. Nog 2 te gaan, dan hebben we een half uur onderbreking. Inmiddels is het weer behoorlijk verbeterd. We zagen een sprankeltje zonneschijn zo even. Wellicht dat het met de regen de komende dagen gaat meevallen.
Some really lovely ground cover there in the trot. Just as I said, at times just dropped the balance onto the shoulder slightly and lost that uphill tendency. But overall, really lovely, correct way of training. Lovely and straight. Good ground cover. Really lovely stretching in the trot at the end as well. Really lovely to see the horse taking that stretch down and out.
Qualification 5-year-old horses presented by Allan Horse Trips. 2 riders left and then the break of half an hour.
Just 2 horses left to go before we take a 30-minute break.
Jury gaf dus een percentage van 69,6 en nu als publiek een score van 71,501. Result of the spectator judging 71.501.
Next into the arena now, it is one for Sweden. Jessica Lynn Thomas riding Maddox Mart, a black stallion by Hennessy out of a Bordeaux 28 mare. Lovely KWPN owned by Gustaf Schannenhoff.
From Sweden, Jessica Lynn
The breeder CW Van Borlen.
Starting Maddox Mart, 5 years old stallion, signed by Hennessy, Denmark Bordeaux, also KWPN, owned by Gustaf Schannenhoff, breeder CW van Balen. Valt onder de Nederlandse quota, dames en heren, deze KWPN Maddox Mart. Team NL dus, met de Zweedse Amazone Jessica Lynn Thomas, nummer 21. CW van Balen, de fokker en de eigenaar Gustaf Schannenhoff.
You can see the grey skies still. The weather really not playing ball with us today. Hopefully it can brighten up over the weekend. So the bell's gone. A little pat there for Maddox Mart. As we welcome into the arena now for Sweden, Jessica Lynn Thomas riding Maddox Mart for Sweden. They have a best score of 89, which would be enough to put them into the lead if they were to score that again today. The score to beat is 88.2. Again, wonderful elasticity in this trot. Super ground cover in the medium there. Again, being super fussy, would just like to see that frame just open up a little bit more, especially in the medium trots. You just want to see the stride lengthen, the frame lengthen in those mediums for the really high marks. A lovely swing over this horse's back, great rhythm in the trot. Lovely there. Better that time. Pretty nice into the rein back, and again lovely and relaxed into this walk. Oh, spoke too soon. You could hear him calling as she came into the arena, doing her work around the edge and just losing his concentration. You can see the tension creeping in now in the walk. Can she get him back and listening? Doing a really good job of trying to make him relaxed. That's a real pity. That's not only going to pull down that walk mark, but also the submission and the overall perspective. Yeah, and again, the lack of concentration just showing there in the canter transition. The actual canter itself is really, really spectacular. Lovely and uphill, really covering that ground. Supernatural balance. Lovely balance, especially the transition from the canter to the walk. That was particularly nice. Again, really nice transition back into the trot. Lovely and supple here in the stretchy trot. Really, really lovely test here from Sweden's Jessica Lynn Thomas, riding Maddox Smart. A really, really beautiful horse. Standout trot and canter for sure. Just didn't quite get that relaxation in the walk. 8.8 for the trot, 6.2 for the walk, 9 for the canter, 6.9 for submission, and 7.7 for the perspective. Those two final marks will be pulled down because of the walk. Into 11th, 77.2.
Walk 6.2.
Spectator judging, they had them in 10th, 78.413.
Perspective 7.7. The average 77.2, place number 11. 77,2 percentage. En een kloppen en de plaats waar Jessica in Thomas gaan we verder.
Remember the top 12, they go through to the final, and then the top 3 from the small final go forward to the final as well. I think if she can get the relaxation, she stands a chance of getting through, because there's some really spectacular work there, especially in the trot and the canter. If she can get that relaxation in the walk, she definitely stands a very, very good chance.
So right or left before the lunch break. Nog 1 te gaan. Dan hebben we 30 minuten pauze. Next competitor is entering the main arena, the number 22 from Spain.
So the 22nd rider coming forward now, and the final one before the break, Eric Gruada Martinez. He's riding at FEI Bella NRW, a bay mare by Furstenball, out of a Bordeaux 28. Lovely Westphalian, owned by Halkestrand. The breeder is ZG Artima, Becker, Delling and Vibek.
So I repeat, Eric Gardia Martinez, Fine and Bella.
Seen a few Furstenballs come forward today. Of course, Furstenball competed here very successfully as a young horse himself. And this is really where we see some really top horses coming forwards. Of course, we saw Glamourdale picking up world golds here at the Breeding Championships a few years ago, and then picking up double gold at the World Championships in the Grand Prix and the freestyle just a few months ago. So we can expect to see some of these horses really come through and competing at the top levels in this sport. So into the arena now for Spain, Eriguada Martinez and Fienbella NRW. Again, a lovely elastic uphill mare. Seen a lot of very elegant, beautiful mares coming forward today. Just lost the rhythm in that first half 10-metre circle. Just lost the balance. Really super here. Again, keeping that pole at the highest point. Lovely, really good ground cover. Good suppleness here in the serpentine. Oh, just lost the suppleness there. Commentator's curse. This horse again showing a real willingness to collect. Just at times you can see on that short side just comes back a little bit too much. Huge ground covering walk here. As I said earlier, First Bulls generally have a very good walk, and this horse is no exception. Really using its whole body. Huge ground cover. Really lovely and relaxed. Again, using its whole body through the walk to really show off. Nicely uphill into the canter work. Lovely rhythm here in the canter. Nicely, again, I was just about to say nicely balanced into the canter, and then you could just see him losing his balance, just heading into the walk. Much better this way. Lovely here in this trot. A very willing, lovely mare. As she comes into the final halt there we have it for Eric Guardina Martinez and Bella NRW for Spain. A really, really special mare. So elastic in her movement. Just a couple of times losing the balance. But very, very elegant mare. A super walk. 8.8 for the trot, 8.7 for the walk, 8.8 for the canter, 8.3 submission, 8.7 for perspective. Into third place, 86.6. A great, great test there from Eric Garcia Martinez and Bella NRW. Really, really good job. That puts them in a good position. As we head into the break, 22 riders have been. That means we are halfway through this 5-year-old qualifiers class. The top 12 going through to the finals. The rest going forward to the small finals, where the top 3 will also get a place in the finals. So the scores as they stand at the moment, still in the lead is Victoria E. Valentin. She is sitting on 88.2. In second place, Leonie Richer, and she's sitting on 86.8. And then this horse, Eric Guardina Martinez, 86.6. So make sure you join us back at 11 minutes past 12 local time for the next 22 riders to come forward to decide who's going through to those finals.
We will start again 11 minutes past 12. See you then. Next rider will start, ladies and gentlemen, at 11 minutes past 12. 11 minuten over 12, dan vervolgen wij het programma. Animal horse trucks for your future horse truck, new and used horse trucks, directly available out of stock or custom made. You can choose a 2-horse truck or large trucks with a luxury living room. Stock can be viewed on animal.nl or in the showroom in Scherpenzeel. The sales specialist will gladly help you with a good lease proposal, and the service specialists are ready to keep your truck in optimum condition. Did you know that it's also possible to rent a truck? HorseTrucksForRent.com has large and small horse trucks that you can rent for a short and long term in the Netherlands and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats again at 11 past 12. The next competitor in the qualification of the 5-year-old horses, presented by Allan Horse Trucks. And the big screen is not working in this competition. It's repaired now, so we can view the scores on the big screen with the 4-year-old horses. Op het moment is het scherm gerepareerd en bij de 4-jarige zetten we weer aan om de precies dezelfde omstandigheden te houden zoals we die hadden bij de 5-jarigen die al gestart zijn. Dus maar even dat u het weet. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, at the launching FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for Young Horses. Next riders entering the main arena.
Hello and welcome back to this 5-year-old qualifiers class. We are halfway through 22 rider and horse combinations yet to come forward. We've had 22 already, but now we have a rider for Sweden. It is Michaela Adrienne Danielsson, and she is riding Emilu, a dark bay mare by Fastenball out of an Emerton mare, Swedish warm blood, owned and bred by Hans Danielsson. So entering the arena now for Sweden, it is Michaela Aldrin Danielsson and Emilu for Sweden. Again, another very, very expressive young mare. Nice and supple through the half tens. Plenty of ground cover in this trot. Again, this horse just a bit of a break in the rhythm there in the medium. This horse, as I was about to say, really nice and forward thinking. Lots of natural impulsion. Keeping that pole up throughout the trot. Really lovely frame there in the medium trot. Just at times you can see there, just as she came back from the medium and just there into that transition, she just came back at the rider just a tiny bit, just a little bit of hollowing over the back. Really lovely steps in the rein back there though. Again, lovely and relaxed here in the walk. A little bit quick, maybe, in this walk. Just feel like I want her to take a bit of a breath and relax into it a little. Some fairly nice ground cover. We saw a Fastenball just before the break who had super ground cover, really walked through the body. This horse not quite so much. Again, great activity in the canter. Lovely uphill tendency. Lovely and balanced into the simple change there. Maintaining that lovely uphill tendency in the canter as well. Really good natural balance. Lovely there. As she goes into the stretching trot, really taking that stretch out and down, keeping the rhythm throughout. So there we have it for Sweden. Michaela, Aldrin Danielsson and Emmy Lou. Lovely mare by First and Bull. Really, really smart Swedish warm blood. What a sweet mare. Really lovely attitude towards her work. So we just wait for those scores to be confirmed. Lovely suppleness in the trot work here. So into the trot, 8.5 for the trot, walk 7.7, canter 8, submission 8, and perspective 8.2. That gives her a total score of 80.8 and into 10th place. They were 23rd to go. So into the top 10. A great score. You have to be getting those plus 80s to be getting into the top 10 now. It just shows the great quality of the horses coming forward. Spectators put her into 11th, 79.022. You can join along as well and download the Spectator Judging app.
12 best athlete horse combinations are qualified for the final test. But also the free
Next into the arena now for the Netherlands, Franke Luz and Raccoon, a black stallion by Hero out of a De Niro mare. Belgian warm blood. Owner and breeder Arjen Beckers.
Signed by Hero in the Demline De Niro. BBB. The owner and breeder, Arjen Beckers, Heekstouderheid Den Horen. So for the quota of Belgium, Raccoon and Frank Carlos. Voor combinatie dus 80,8 en het publiek gaat een score van 79,022.
So starting their test now for the Netherlands, Franke Luz and Raccoon. Oh dear. What a shame. Calling out and some resistance into the halt. Really lovely picture here in the trot. Lovely elasticity. And a good rhythm in the trot. Such a shame about that first part before she halted. Good ground cover there, tracking up nicely in the medium trot. Nice suppleness into the serpentine, maintaining that regular rhythm throughout. This horse has a lovely swing in the back in the trot work. Or just leaving a hind leg out there in the halt. And now really relaxing into the walk. Taking the stretch. Yeah, fairly good in the ground cover. Just want to see a more consistent stretch down and taking that contact. That's better there. Very nice there. Again, not the biggest ground cover we've seen, but a good rhythm in the walk. Beautifully uphill in this canter. Nicely balanced, beautifully straight down that long side. Again, we've seen some horses just curling the hind leg in. Great self-carriage. Obedient and on the edge, just losing the balance there, kicking the boards on the transition up into canter. Plenty of jump in this canter. Again, good ground cover. Very attentive back to the trot. Super steps in the stretching. As they come down the centre line now to finish. It is the Netherlands, Frankeloos and Raccoon. A really, really great job. Recovered well from their first little blip before their halt. That will affect their submission, but 3 really, really great paces shown from this combination. And just that one submission at the beginning, overall perspective, I would say is pretty good. I would say it's going to be above 80. Can she get into the top 10? Just waiting for the submission and perspective scores from the judges to find out where she sits.
Qualification 5-year-old horses presented by Animal Horse Tricks.
Just waiting for one more mark and then we can bring them to you. And I think it's going to be a combination best. It is. And a 9.2 for the trot, an 8 for the walk, 8.9 for canter, 8.2 for submission, 8.6 for perspective. Into 6th place, 85.8%.
Average of 85.8 and position number 6 in the provisional ranking.
I think that clapping came as a bit of a surprise. As we just watch the highlights now, that beautiful trot scoring 9.2. Lovely and supple, really elastic. Enough to put them into 6th place.
The spectator judging a score of 84.686. Rider from Portugal, the number 25 in the starting order.
So now into the arena, it is for Portugal, Anna Theresa Pires and Vogel vom Loof. Another Furstenball. Bay Stallion, Saint-Amour on the dam side, a Westphalian, owned and bred by Kirsten Degvold.
From Portugal, Ana Teresa Pires.
We're seeing so many Furstenballs coming forward today. So starting their test now for Portugal, Ana Teresa Perez and Vogel vom Lauf. Again, another super elastic horse, just having the tendency to creep down behind the vertical. Ana Teresa having to really ride him up into that contact. Lovely there. A very, very big moving horse. Nice and supple here in the serpentine. Bit of resistance in the rein back. Again, nicely relaxed into the walk. Fairly good ground cover. Not the biggest walk we've seen. But beautifully taking that stretch. These Furstenballs, oh, that's better ground cover there towards the end. I was going to say, these Furstenballs, not only do they tend to have really good walks, but they tend to have really good temperaments as well. Some nice work in the canter, nice and supple there as she comes round to this change of rein with the simple change. Lovely direct transition, very on the aids. For me, this canter could just have a little bit more jump. Just needs to sit a little bit more. You could just see her losing the balance there on the diagonal line. A good rhythm though in the canter. lovely in the stretching. Yeah, for me this trot work really stands out. Just needs to keep the consistency in the connection from the leg to the bit. Really, really super job there from Portugal's Ana Teresa Perez, and she's riding Vogel vom Lauf. A lovely first and bull stallion.
The rider for Portugal, Ana Teresa Perez.
A lot of horse there, a lot of power. And I think she did a really, really good job. Really harnessing that power. Just at times lost the balance. The trot 7.8, walk 7.5, canter 7.6, submission 7.8, and perspective 7.8. Into 15th place, 77%.
Perspective 7.8, average of 77%, place number 15.
That is a competition best for this pair. Spectator judging had them in 15th, 76.717. Really lovely elasticity there in the trot. And that's where you can just see, just as she came round on that half 10 metre circle where he just dropped onto the shoulder a little bit and just lost that uphill tendency. I think if she can maintain that connection from the hind leg to the bit, I think that trot score will for sure go up. There is a lot there to like, and there's a lot of power. And Ana Teresa done a really good job there. Next into the arena, it is a rider for Sweden, Lena Holmgren. She is riding Buskhagen's Ramanea, a chestnut gelding by Revolution out of the Del Pillow mare, Swedish warm blood, owned by Malin Holmgren and bred by Bushhager HB.
Signed by Revolution in the Demline del Piero. Swedish warm blood, the owner Malin Holmgren and the breeder Bushhager HB. Also for the quota of Sweden, Linnea Holmgren, Bushhager's Ramayana.
So starting their test now for Sweden, Lena Holmgren and Bushhagen's Ramanea. A lovely trot rhythm here. Again, another really active, willing horse. Fairly good ground cover in the medium. Again, could just have come up and a little bit more open in the frame in the medium trot. You can just see at times him just coming back slightly in the connection. Just a tiny, tiny bit. I think if she could just let his nose out a tiny bit more, just there on that diagonal line. super there. Pretty nice in the walk, showing nice ground cover. This horse really using its body in the walk. Not the biggest ground cover we've seen, but actually a really lovely correct walk. That's better now, really, really going into it. Yeah, very, very good in the walk. Good jump here in the canter. Fairly good ground cover as well. Just would like to see a bit more of an uphill tendency in this canter for those high marks. Lovely transition to the walk. Really super balanced, simple change there. I think having a good walk definitely helps in those simple changes. It's much quicker to establish a good walk when the horse naturally has a relaxed frame. Yeah, nice in the stretch there, showing a clear difference. And nice here to end with. I think that's actually the best frame that she had in the trot down the centre line. Really, really good job there from Lena Holmgren and Bushagen's Ramanea for Sweden. Really, really well ridden.
And the rider for Sweden,
Some really super walk work. That was definitely the highlight for me of this horse. Some good work in the canter. 7.8 for the trot, 8.6 for the walk, 8.4 for canter, and 8.3 for both the submission and perspective. Into 11th place now, 82.4%.
8.4, submission 8.3, perspective 8.3. Average of 82.4, position number 11 in the ranking. And of the plants,
spectators judging had her in 10th, 80.550. For me, I think the horse actually got better after the canter work. That last section of trot looked really, really beautiful in a really lovely uphill frame. Some good work here in the canter. Really lovely, balanced, simple change. I think actually one of probably the best simple changes that we've seen today. Really lovely, well-presented test. So now in the arena, it is the sole representative of Poland, Alexandra Zuk and Romeo von Furstenball. No surprises that this black stallion is by Furstenball. It is out of Bretton Woods mare. It is a Polish bred horse, PZHK. owned and ridden by Alexandra and bred by Peter Wies.
Romeo van Fürstenwal, and from Poland, Alexandra Such.
So starting their test now for Poland, Alexandra Sulk and Romeo von Fürstenwal. Lovely rhythmical trot. Plenty of suspension. Nice and supple here through the serpentine. Just lost a bit of the balance through that corner before the medium trot. Would have just liked to have seen more bend through the body. Much better there. Not straight into that square hole, but did self-correct into a square one. Again, good ground cover. Could have a bit more activity here in the walk. Lovely stretching. Good relaxation. Nicely off the aids into canter. Alexandra doing a really good job there because he went to just fall out through the shoulder, but she just straightened him up nicely and got some good transitions there in the simple change. Really, really super trot. Definitely the standout pace for this horse. Just lacking a little bit of that uphill tendency and that jump in the canter that it does so well in the trot. A great job there for Poland's Alexandra Zulak And Romeo von Furstenball.
Romeo van Furstenball. It's a stallion by Furstenball and Brenton Woods, number 27. So for the quota Poland, BZHQ, Polish horse, is Romeo van Furstenball.
And here we have the scores on 9 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, and 6.9 for the canter, 8 for submission, and 7.8 for perspective. Into 14th, 79.2.
Average of 79.2, place number 14. Middle score in 9.
Spectator judging had them in 12th, 79.9. Great job there from Alexandra Zolk and Romeo von Furstenball.
Dus voor Alexander Schoets uit Polen. Kijken wat het publiek voor score gaf. Ietsjes hoger, 79,9.
So into the arena now, it is Spain's Eric Garcia Martinez. We saw him earlier on his other horse, but this time he rides Slangerupgar's Flottenheimer, a bay stallion by Franklin, out of a Scolari mare, a Danish warm blood, owned and bred by Slangerupgard AS.
The owner and breeder Slangerupgard AS. So I repeat for the quota of Denmark, Danish warm blood stallion Slangerupgard Flottenheimer, and the rider from Spain, Eric Guardia Martinez.
Eric already in third place with his other ride, Fiend Bella NRW, on 86.6. So into the arena now for Spain, Eric Garcia Martinez and Slangerupgar's Flottenheimer. Very, very expressive stallion. Incredibly eye-catching. Enormous ground cover in the trot. Very, very elastic. Again, has a really super ability to collect. Beautiful in the medium trot, keeping that pole up, a lovely uphill tendency throughout all of the trot work. Fairly good suppleness through the serpentine. really going for it there in the medium trot. I have a feeling this trot score is going to be a big one. Just coming back at him in the rein back a little bit there. We'd just like to see more relaxation here in the walk work. I think that relaxation would then give him a bit more ground cover in this walk. Better stretching there towards the end. Can just see him looking a little bit distracted. Great jump in the canter. Again, super ground cover. Good balance coming into the simple change here. Lovely count. Oh, and then just changed before he came back to the walk. That's a real pity. Again, that's going to bring his submission mark down. Again, so much power in this trot. I think the only thing that the judges might think in this trot work is that he could have more swing over the back. You can really see that swing coming through there as he takes the stretch. So coming down the centre line now on his second horse, Eric Gardia Martinez and Slangrop Gars Flottenheimer. Hold on tight, Eric. A really well-ridden test, a real powerhouse. Some super work, especially in the trot and the canter. Again, I think a real prospect for the future. Just had some tension in the walk, couldn't really relax into the walk, and you can again see the tension coming out now that he's finished his test. 8.9 for the trot, 7.1 for the walk, 9 for the canter, 7.2 submission, 8.2 perspective, into 12th with 80.8. A really good final score there, considering it wasn't mistake free. Really pulled down by that submission mark because of that change, which was a real shame. Spectator judging put them in 9th, 82.343. Make sure you're joining along from home. See how you fare up against our panel of experts. Really super trot work, so elastic. As I said, I think the reason he didn't get into the 9s for the trot work was he was just holding a little bit of tension in the back, and I think if he can sort that out, my goodness, this is going to be an incredible score, and I'm sure this combination will be back. Really super work. Great jump here in the canter. So much natural balance. The Spanish team very happy with that. So next into the arena, it is another rider for Spain, Boya Casacoa and New York, a grey stallion by Universal. This is a CDE, which is a Spanish sport horse, owned and ridden by Boya and bred by Yeguada Los Lirios.
The rider is the owner, and the breeder is Yeguada Los Lirios. The number 29, New York, and here is Boya Carrascosa. Jury gaf aan de voorgaande combinatie 80,8 en de publiek scoorde iets hoger.
So still out in front, the leader is on 88.2. Now what can this gentleman do? This is Boya Carrascosa and he's riding New York for Spain. Really sweet horse. Would just like to see some more suppleness there in those two half circles. Good ground cover in the medium. Just lost the rhythm there around the corner. This horse just maybe looking a little bit more green than some of the others that we've seen. Just not quite so balanced as some of the others. Lovely into the halt. And really nicely relaxed into the walk, taking a good contact. Good ground cover in the medium walk. Really super stretching. Again, generally a really good walk. Not the biggest over track that we've seen today, but I think it's going to be in for a fairly good mark. Nice here in the canter. I'd actually say he's got probably better natural balance in the canter work than he did in the trot. Good direct transition into the walk, and again nicely on the aids back up into the canter. Again, for those big marks, we just want to see more of an uphill tendency. Lovely stretching. This horse looks like such a pleasure to ride and to work with. A really happy horse, really listening to his rider. And there we have it for Hoya, Casacosa and New York, representing Spain here. A really, really sweet horse. Seems like he's got such a fabulous temperament. Very, very relaxed in the arena, taking it all in. Just for me, he lacked some balance that we've seen from some of the other combinations. But some real potential there. So we just wait for the final scores to come through and for the score to be confirmed before we bring that to you. And here we have it. The trot 6.5, the walk 7.2, the canter 6.8, submission 7.3, and perspective 6.9 into 26th place, a total score of 69.4%.
Gemiddeld percentage van 69,4%. Waaronder 26e plaats in het klassement.
So we just look at the highlights from this test. Some really lovely trot work. As I said, just needs to watch the balance. You can see that just there. But a really sweet horse, some great potential for the future. I think once he gets stronger, that balance will get better. But he seems incredibly trainable. There's plenty to like, that is for sure. And what a halt to finish with. So into the arena now, we have a rider for Luxembourg. This is Matthias Gorens, and he is riding Funk OLD. This is a chestnut gelding by Franciscus 15 out of a foundation mare. This Oldenburg was bred by Weigerhaus Vorwerk GBR and is owned by Matthias.
Wil ik nou even maar zeggen, het publiekscore was wat hoger bij Margherita Carrascosa, 73,500. Spectator judging 73.500. Matthias Keurens from Luxembourg, Feuerfunke by Franciscus.
So starting their test now for Luxembourg, Matthias Guns and Funk OLD. Nice through the two half 10-meter circles. Again, not the most extravagant mover that we've seen today, but nicely correct. Good ground cover here in the medium. This horse nice and naturally uphill. Just at times you can just see him getting a little bit long and going onto the shoulder a little bit, and again that's just coming from a lack of strength. Nice there. Unfortunately not quite a square halt at sea. Would just like to see more relaxation here in the walk. You can see him getting distracted by what's going on around him. Want to see more focus on the rider, more relaxation, and then he'll really be able to walk over the back and get that bigger ground cover. Just lost a bit of the connection again going into the canter. Really good rhythm here in the canter work. Good balance into the canter. Could just again have shown a more established walk in that simple change. Oh. I'm not sure what that was about. The rider looking over to the left. I'm not sure if something happened on the side of the stands. That's really going to bring his submission score right down. That's such a pity. So there we have it for Matthias Gorens and Viewer Funk OLD for Luxembourg. A real shame about that last bit of canter. The horse looking a little bit unsettled in the arena, and that really showed in the walk work today. It's quite a big atmosphere here at Ermelo. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen all the VIP area, and you can see when they come down here by the judges' boxes how much buzz there is. But 8.3 for the trot, 7.0 for walk, 8.4 for canter, submission 7.8 and 7.9 for perspective. 16th and 78.8 for the total score there. I think he didn't get too slammed with the submission because actually the rest of it was very on the aids, and maybe the judges actually saw what happened and why he reacted like that. We of course didn't see that from our viewpoint here, but some really lovely work. As I said, could have just shown more relaxation in the walk work, and I think that would have just brought him up that little bit higher. His personal best 80 at this test, and I think if he could have just had that relaxation in the walk, that could have absolutely been there.
the lead with a result of 88.2. Victoria Valentin from Denmark and Nürnberg St. Paris. Second now, a score of 86.8. Leonie Richter for Germany, In My Mind. Two riders at the third position. For Spain, Eric Guardia Martinez.
3 more riders to come forward now before we go into a 15-minute break. And it is another Spanish rider. This time Manuel Dominguez Bernal and Galleries Somerville OLD. A black gelding by Juan second out of a diamond hit mare. This Oldenburg is bred by ZG Schiabig GBR. The owner, Hanwha Hotels and Resorts Limited.
Oldenburg, Galerias Somerville, and the rider from Spain, Manuel Dominguez Bernal.
So into the arena now for Spain, Manuel Dominguez Bernal and Galleries Somerville OLD. Again, another very striking gelding. Really lovely frame here in the trot, beautifully uphill, nice and supple through those 10-meter circles. Again, lovely and elastic in the trot work. Good ground cover there, tracking up nicely in the medium trot. Really super suppleness in this trot work. And a really good connection into the bit. This horse maintaining a really, really lovely frame throughout its trot work. Lengthen its frame lightly in the medium trot there and into the halt. Nice steps in the rein back. Good relaxation here in the walk. Getting good steps, a nice rhythm here in the walk. For the really big marks you would want to see more ground cover, but the horse giving it everything he has. Better ground cover here towards the end. We've got a bit of over track now. Lovely and uphill into the canter transition. Oh, just lost the balance there in the canter and then changed. And is now... Okay. He picked up the counter canter and then was able to show that simple change. But that will pull his submission mark down. Unfortunately, he didn't have a direct transition into the trot, but regained that nicely to this beautiful trot for the stretch. So coming down the centre line now to finish their test for Spain. It is Manuel Dominguez Bernal and Gallerias Somerville OLD.
From the Oldenburgers, de Gallerias Somerville, waar Sejuan and Diamond hits, and the rider for Spain, Manuel Dominguez Bernal, number 31.
The scores already through: 7.4 for the trot and the walk, 8 for canter, 7.8 submission, and 7.7 for perspective. Into 21st place, 76.6% for this combination.
Trot 7.4, walk 7.4, canter 8.0. Submission 7.8 and
Spectators score, they put them into 11th with 80.7.
Plaats nummer 21, middelpercentage 76,7.
Some really lovely supple work in the trot.
De Oldenburger Gallerias Somerville.
A really nicely well presented test. Some good ground cover in the medium trot. It was a real shame about that blip in the canter before the simple change. But really, really lovely jump here in the canter. Good ground cover. A really, really smart horse.
Uit Litouwen, Justina Pakvite, Lithuania, the next rider.
So
On the number 32,
the next rider is Justina Paknight, and she's riding Mayweather JS, a black gelding by Fadu out of a Jazz mare. This KWPN owned and ridden by Justina. The breeder is Mev Scholten. So now for Lithuania, it is Justina Paknight and Mayweather JS. A very sweet horse. Could just have had some more suppleness there through those half circles. Again, not the biggest mover that we've seen today. but they seem to have a really, really lovely partnership. What a big occasion for this pair. Of course, just curling up there in the contact. Justina doing a good job of trying to keep that nose up and out. Keep a nice open frame. Good there. Just at times, especially on the turns, horse just falls a little bit on the inside shoulder and just just there, and just drops the contact a little bit. Bit of resistance in the rein back. Looking relaxed here in the walk. Again, tracking up nicely in the medium. She lets the horse stretch in the extended walk, increasing that ground cover. Just needing to watch the balance there in the canter. Much better now. Yeah, good here in the canter. And again, good balance in both canters. A very, very sweet horse. These guys have such a great partnership together. A well-ridden test from Justina Pagnite, and she's riding Mayweather JS for Lithuania, and she is over the moon. Incredibly proud of her horse. 6.7 for the trot, 6.9 for the walk, 6.7 for the canter, 7.4 for submission, and 7 for perspective. Into 28th place, 69.4%.
Canter 6.7, submission 7.4, perspective 7.0. Average of 69.
The spectators having her in 29th, 71.283.
En daarmee plaatsnummer 28.
So we watch the highlights now.
One competitor left, and then we have a break of 50 minutes.
One rider left, and then we have a break for the final 11 competitors to come forward. The score to beat at the moment is a huge 88.2. That is a Victoria E. Valentin and Liegberg's St. Palace. Leonie Richter is in second place with 86.8, riding In My Mind. And then in equal third, we have Eric Gardia Martinez and Lina Waldman with 86.6.
Side by Vitalis. De damline De Niro. Voor de Studboek of Hannover. Owned by Hengsthaltung Helstad Schoenkommune.
So next into the arena, we have Leonie Richter again. She was first in and is sitting at the near the top, not at the top. I think she's in third. Second place with In My Mind. She is riding Vitalos, a stallion by Vitalis, out of a De Niro mare. This Hanoverian, bred by Josef Bramlage and owned by Helgestrand and Chocomoll. So into the arena now for Germany, Leonie Richter and Vitalos. Another absolute powerhouse. Wonderful, wonderful ground cover in this trot. Beautifully supple. We've seen such a high quality of horse and rider combinations this morning. It's been such a privilege to watch. So elegant yet so powerful. Huge ground cover there. Over tracking beautifully in the medium. Lovely frame, really beautifully uphill throughout the whole of the trot work. Not quite square into that halt, but some really good steps of rein back. Beautifully relaxed in this walk. Really good activity, a good walk rhythm. Tracking up here in the medium. Can she get some overtrack in the extended walk? Yes, she can. Not the biggest ground cover we've seen, but a really, really lovely walk nonetheless. Good preparation for the canter. Nicely on the aids. Nice here in the canter. Good jump. Really nice and active in all three paces. well-established walk in the simple change. And back to this lovely trot work. Really, really good here in the stretching. Is this going to be a challenge for the top spot? It's going to be close. And there we have it for Leonie Richter and Vitalos for Germany. Leonie already in the top 2. Can she do it again? Can she take over the lead?
What's going to be the result, ladies and gentlemen?
It's going to be incredibly, incredibly tight at the top. And here we have it, 9.4 for the trot, 8.2 for the walk, 9 for the canter, 8.7 for the submission, and 9 for perspective. That puts her into the lead, 88.6. That puts her into the lead. Overtakes Victoria Valentin. She was on 88.2. She pushes herself down into third with In My Mind, 86.8. A really, really super stallion. This is definitely going to be one to watch out for in the future. Really super trot work. Beautiful work in the canter. So we have a break now. 15 minutes. Join us back at 1:54 local time. We have the final 11 horse and rider combinations to come forward. 33 have gone, 11 to go, to see who's going to go forward for the 5-year-old finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can be a judge yourself. Just download the Spectator Judging app for free from the App Store or Google Play and select the Dressage World Breeding Championship MLO 2022. We're going to give every single mark, just like the official judges, or just give one final percentage. There's a break now. Once again, we start at 54 minutes past 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give you the top 3 so far. In the lead, Leonie Richter from Germany, Vitalos, saw the score 88.6. Second from Denmark, Victoria Valentin, Longbjergs in Paris, 88.2. Then 2 riders. No, then at third position, Leonie Richter, In My Mind, 86.8. Then 2 riders with a score of 86.6. From Spain, Eric Garcia Martinez, Varvara, and Lena Waldman from Germany, Silje. At position number 6 now, Lisa Marie Koch, Vildor. That are the best results so far, the 6 best riders. At the end, we need the 8 best riders for the prize-giving ceremony. Zo dadelijk het laatste blok van deelnemers. Er is een kwalificatie 5 paarden presented by Allan Horsters.
Yo, come wine on it.
Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, yeah, yeah. I got the Eddie on, no GPS's. Diamond shining, now keep the VVS's. Don't lie, you're trying to keep me like a checklist. Slow one, body cold like a necklace. I see you straight up out of heaven with it on. Baby, you a blessing with it on. Come teach me a lesson with it on. Yeah, I see you straight up out of heaven with it on. Baby, you a blessing with it on. Come teach me a lesson with it on. Come show me with a neck bow. Might show you with a check bow. Might show you with a neck bow. Give it all to you if you check out. Way you moving it around me. Make me feel like you won't drown me. Make me feel like you won't wear me. Only you know how to get me up. I got the Eddie, I don't need no GPS's. Diamond shining, now keep the VVS's. Don't lie, you're trying to keep me like a checklist. Slow one, body cold like a necklace. I see you straight up out of heaven with it on. Baby, you a blessing with it on. Come teach me a lesson with it on. I see you straight up out of heaven with it on. Baby, you a blessing with it on. Come teach me a lesson with it on.
My girl, your body cold like a necklace. No bad man really can't touch this. Cold so cold when you wind this. The straight one put you on me checklist. Me loving the love cause it's reckless. Girl, I'm a sinner, God bless me. Baby, don't no stress me. Say bad girl, say you kill with that vibe.
I got the Eddie, I don't need no GPS's. Diamond shining, now keep the VVS's. Don't lie, you're trying to keep me like a checklist. Slow one, body cold like a necklace.
Me need a little beat of your time, and let me give you keys to my life, and baby girl, show me your vibe. Baby girl, show me your light. Me need a little beat of your time, and let me give you keys to my life, and baby girl, show me your vibe. Baby, control and control.
loving. Sometimes I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Red wine, I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Sometimes I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. You know that I do. Red wine, I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Girls, 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 girls. She getting down with me, yeah. 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 She getting down with me, yeah.
Look, God, now I could be a lipstick just for one night. Girls just wanna have fun and have their funds right. I mean, say my name, say my name, say my name. It tastes good just running up your tongue, right? I put the smack on your lips, so pucker up. We ain't never heard of you cause you ain't done enough. And now I gotta introduce myself. I'm too sexy, I seduce myself. 7-figure, never need a nigga. I steal your bitch, hurry down with the scissor. Tonight I don't want a thought, I want a kid. I might French some girls
Sometimes
and
I
break
just wanna
bread.
kiss girls, girls, girls. Red wine, I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Sometimes I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Red wine, I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Girls, 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 girls. She getting down with me, yeah. She getting down with me, yeah. She getting down with me, yeah. She like, she getting down with me, yeah. She getting down with me, yeah. She getting down with me, yeah. Girls, 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 girls.
Yeah. Why you calling at 11:30 when you only wanna do me dirty? But I hit right back 'cause you got that, yeah. Why you always wanna act like lovers, but you never wanna be each other's? I say don't look back, but I go right back, yeah. All of a sudden I'm hypnotized. You're the one that I can't deny. Every time that I say I'm gonna walk away, you turn me on like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. Now I don't wanna fight this. You know how to just make me want you. Turn me on like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. You got me in a tight grip. You know how to just make me want you, baby. Do you love it when you keep me guessing? When you leave and then you leave me stressing. But I can't stay mad when you walk like that, no. Why you always wanna act like lovers, but you never wanna be each other's? I said don't look back, but I go right back, and all of a sudden I'm hypnotized. You're the one that I can't deny. Every time that I say I'm gonna walk away, you turn me on like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. Now I don't wanna fight this. You know how to just make me want you. Turn me on like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. You got me in a tight grip. You know how to just make me want you, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, and show me how you do. You want, you want, you want, you want, you want to keep me wanting you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, and show me how you do. You want, you want, you want, you want, you want to keep me wanting you. On like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. Now I don't wanna fight this. You know how to just make me want to. You turn me on like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. You got me in a tight grip. You know how to just make me want you, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, and show me how you do. You want, you want, you want, you want, you want to keep me wanting you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, and show me
welcome back to the fourth and final section of this 5-year-old qualifying class. We have still another 11 combinations to bring forward for the final section. We have a few fantastic combinations to be bringing you, but at the moment our leader is way out in front with 88.6. That's Leonie Richer and Vitalos. Victoria E. Valentin is second, 88.2, and in third is Leonie Richer again on 86.8. They are the scores to beat. But next to go, it is a rider for Hungary, Benedict Pal, and Hexagon's Gorgeous Black Art. A black stallion by Glocks Toto Jr. out of Hexagon's Rubiquil. A Dutch bred horse owned and bred by Stal Hexagon BV.
Benedict Pachel and Hexagon's Gorgeous Black Art.
So starting their test now for Hungary, Benedict Pal and Hexagon's Gorgeous Black Art. Just a combined age of 28 for this combination. Again, another really powerful horse. Nice elasticity in the trot work, maintaining that lovely uphill frame. Just lost a little bit of the suppleness on that first serpentine loop. Really lovely and open in the frame there in the medium trot. Oh, just a little spook there. You can see a lot of activity going on down that C end of the arena. Can be quite distracting for the horses. Well recovered though, Benedict doing a really super job of keeping this lovely stallion together. Remember, they have to score in the top 12 to get a direct qualifying place into the final. Really lovely and relaxed here in the walk. Fairly good ground coverage. Lovely and uphill in this canter work. Plenty of jump. The weather being quite unpredictable today. Just lost a bit of the connection coming into that simple change. This trot really standing out to me as this horse's highlight. Lovely in the stretching trot. Just losing a little bit of the straightness there actually towards K. Nice and swinging in the trot. Ooh, a little bit abrupt into the final hold, but a super job from Benedict Powell and Hexagon's gorgeous black art. What a lovely, gorgeous, as it says in the title, horse. It's a very, very young rider doing a fabulous job with this young horse. So we just wait to bring you those scores, and it's a good one. 8.2 for the trot, 7.5 for the walk, 8 for the canter, 6.9 for submission, and 7.6 for the perspective. Into 23rd place, 76.4%. Not enough to go directly through to the finals today. The spectator judging a little bit higher into 17th place, 79.293. That is their combination best score, however, so I'm sure they will be absolutely thrilled with that.
Dus het staat nu ook in het beeld te zien. Tijdens de proeven doen we het beeldscherm nog niet aan. We willen het voor ieder hetzelfde houden. Spectator judging, u ziet de score in 79,293 van ons publiek.
Next to go, it is a rider for the Netherlands, Kirsten Brouwer, and My Precious, a mare by Ferguson out of a Vivaldi mare. It's KWPN, owned and ridden by Kirsten. The breeder is Valaris.
My Precious, Kirsten Brouwer, the Netherlands.
So starting their test now for the Netherlands, Kirsten Brouwer and My Precious. Lovely uphill frame for this horse. Another really elegant mare. Lots of elasticity in this trot. Super ground cover. This horse has a real ability to collect. Gorgeous frame there. And again, really nice and consistent in the work. You can see the swing over the back. Really nicely relaxed into the walk. Super, super job so far. And look at that ground cover. Again, a great ability to walk through the horse's body. She had super swing in the trot, and she's really carried that forward to this walk. Nicely relaxed, taking that stretch. Nicely on the aids as well, up into the canter. Well, this horse certainly has 3 very good paces. Great rhythm here in the canter work. Seems to have a lovely natural balance. That this will be tested now. Ooh, just having a bit of a, I'm not sure if she's having a bit of a spook. I think she may have been. That's a real shame. That will bring her submission mark down. Kirsten doing a really good job of keeping it together then. Oh, and she just fell out of trot. Then that's such a pity, because the trot and the walk was definitely scoring incredibly high. Just seemed to be something down that edge of the arena. Really super again in this trot. It's going to be interesting to see how they mark this. The submission mark is definitely going to be on the low side. What are they going to give the overall perspective? A really, really smart horse. I very much like this one. 9.5 for the trot, 9 for the walk, 8.4 for the canter, 7.8 submission, and 8.8 perspective. Into third, 87%. Just think what that could have been had she not have had those mistakes in the canter work. She would have definitely taken the lead, and this is going to be one to watch out for. in the final, that's for sure. Spectators had her in 5th place, 84.583. What a special horse. I call her my precious, and she certainly is definitely one of my favourites so far. Very, very smart mare. Just unfortunately those few mistakes in the canter, but this trot work is just so gorgeous. Very, very elegant. Lots and lots of power. A really, really super job from the lovely Kirsten Brower and my precious. Big smile and big pats for my precious. You can still see the rain coming down. So now into the arena, it is a rider for Spain. It is Carlos Jacobo Soltelo Rodriguez, and he is riding Zimbabwe RA, a grey gelding by Zalando, out of a 007 mare, a Spanish sport horse, owned by TS Prix and Dressage, and bred by Ruben Arrat Sport Horses. So starting their test now for Spain, Carlos Jacobo, Sotelo Rodriguez and Zimbabwe RA. Should also say that it is Carlos's birthday today, so a big, big happy birthday to Carlos. Again, a very attentive, sweet horse. Not the most expressive horse we've seen today, but nice and correct in its trots, got a good rhythm. Just for me, I'd like to see more relaxation over the back, a little bit more swing. Lovely frame there in the medium trot. Nice into the walk here. Could show a bit more ground coverage for the high marks in the walk, but really super stretching. Good activity in the walk. Nice and uphill in this canter work. Again, good rhythm in the canter. Lovely balance here in the canter. Just missed that direct transition into walk. Really good stretching here. The rider really allowing the horse to take the stretch down and out. Well ridden by the birthday boy, Carlos Jacobo Sotelo Rodriguez. And he's riding Zimbabwe RA for Spain. 7.5 for the trot and for the walk, 7 for the canter, 7.6 for submission, and 7.7 for perspective. Into 25th place, 74.2%. Lovely to be recognising Carlos's birthday there by singing happy birthday. As we watch the highlights of Carlos Jacobo Toledo Rodriguez and Zimbabwe RA for Spain.
Gestart voor het CDE, Spaanse sportstal Creadores Deportivo Español. En op voorstellers kunnen jullie allemaal nog eens een keer nalezen. Publieksjury gaf een percentage van de 72,485. Spectator judging the results 72.485.
Next into the arena, it is a rider for Estonia. It is Veronica Liv, and she's riding Einstein, a bay gelding by Escolar, out of a real diamond mare. This Westphalian owned by Ulrike and the breeder Stefan Kupitz.
The owner Ulrike and the breeder Stefan Kupitz. For the quota of Estonia, Liv Veronica Einstein.
So riding their test now for Estonia, Veronica, Liv and Einstein. Really nice ground cover in this trot. at times could just sit more on the hind leg to offer a bit more of an uphill tendency. Yeah, really good ground cover there in the medium trot. Again, such a happy little horse. His ears pricked, really listening to his rider. Nice and supple here in the serpentine. Really, really lovely partnership, these two. I think the judges might just want to see a bit more connection in the trot work at times. The horse was just a little bit open in the frame. But for me, I would much prefer to see them open than too tight in the frame. I think she's doing a really good job. Lovely stretching here in the walk. Fairly good ground cover. Really maintaining that stretch, and you can really see the horse taking that contact. Really seeking it down. Very active here in the canter. Again, just for me, I want to see more weight on the hind leg. It's just looking a little bit long, and you really, really want to see them taking that weight behind. Oh dear, resistance there into the simple change. That's a real shame. Yeah, you just want to see that weight really from behind, and the horse able to sit and lift the shoulder up into that lovely uphill frame. And for me, that's just what's lacking overall for this partnership. But again, that comes with time, with strength, with training. Nice here in the trot work. So there we have it for the rider from Estonia, Veronica Liv and Einstein. She's got a big, big smile on her face. 6.2 for the trot, 5.8 for the walk, 7.2 for the canter, 6.5 for the submission, and 6.4 for the perspective. Into 36th place, 64.2%. I would have expected a little bit higher in the walk. I thought actually there was definitely ground cover. She was definitely tracking up and taking that stretch nicely. I would have definitely given a little bit higher than 5.8. But a really, really good job there by Veronica Liv. She should be incredibly happy with this lovely little gelding, Einstein. And that's what I mean with the horse just being a little bit open in the frame and just lacking a bit of the connection that I think the judges would want to see for the higher marks. So don't forget the score to beat to go into the lead: 88.6 in second, 88.2, and in third, 87. So now we have a representative of Switzerland. It is Feline von Bremen and Turplings Ravina DWP. Chestnut mare by Revolution, out of a Welt Jungle mare. A Danish warm blood, owned by Feline Brunner and the breeder Hema Paulsen. So now into the test for Switzerland, Feline von Bremen and Turplings Ravina DWP. A best score 84.8. That would definitely put them into the top, I think into the top 10. Yes, just. So to get into the top 12, they need to score over 84.2. Overtracking nicely in the medium trot. Just getting a bit tight over the back there on the return. Want to keep that lovely consistent contact throughout the trot work. Nice there in the frame. Again, another horse showing good relaxation in the walk. We've seen a lot more horses come in here and be very, very relaxed compared to the number of horses that have come in here and been quite tense and quite worried about the atmosphere. There has only been a handful. Most of them have been beautifully relaxed, just like this horse. Nice walk steps, good in the walk rhythm. Again, for the top marks, you would want to see more ground cover, especially in that extended walk. Super energy here in the canter work. Some really good jump. Just losing the balance there on that half circle. Can she keep it for this canter? Felt like she was having to balance him rather than the horse being in natural balance. Some really lovely canter work. As she comes into the stretching. Again, could just seek that contact out a little bit more in the stretch and the trot. So down into their final halt. We have Feline von Bremen and Turplings Ravina DWB, and they are representing Switzerland.
Signed by the former world champion Revolution, number 38. This most exciting.
So we just wait for the scores to come through. They should be pretty quick. And here they are, 7.6 for the trot, 7.4 for the walk, 8 for the canter, 7.8 for submission, and 7.7 for perspective, into 21st place with a total of 77%.
Average of 77%, place number 21. Middelpercentage 77%.
Spectator judges had her in 23rd with 75.897.
We expect the 8 best riders for the prize giving ceremony. Afloop de prijsuitreiking de beste 8 worden binnengevraagd.
Just 6 more combinations to come forward in this 5-year-old qualifying class. The top 12 will directly go through to the finals. The rest will go forward to the small final, which is tomorrow. The top 3 from that will then go forward to the final as well. So the top 12 get a nice rest day tomorrow to recoup and recover, whereas everybody else will go forward to the small final tomorrow, and then the top 3 will compete for a 3rd time in the finals on Saturday. Next to go, though, is our sole representative for Brazil, Yale Victor Macari Olivia, and he is riding Nuelo Campline, a bay stallion by Escorial out of a Quinzot mare. It's Lusitano, owned by Germ Horse Campline and bred by Companhia das Lazares. Our first Lusitano in. We saw, was it 1 or 2 PREs earlier? I think 2 Prix earlier, a couple of Spanish sports horses. But this is our first Lusitano. So, competing now for Brazil, Geo Victor, Marceli Olivia, and Nuelo Campline. Very, very expressive stallion. Huge ground cover in this trot. Very, very elastic. This horse, I think, is going to have a wonderful ability to really collect. It's got so much expression, I think, he's going to have a really super passage and piaffe. Just seems to have so much natural ability. Lovely uphill frame. Really nice and supple here in the trot work. I think again this is some of the best trot work that we've seen. We've seen a few into the 9s. Can this be another one? I think if it's not into the 9s, it's going to be very close to. Oh, just a break in the rhythm there at the beginning of the medium trot. You could just see as he came round the corner, the horse's balance just went a little bit onto the shoulder. Really well corrected there by Joe. And a lovely halt. Super activity in the walk. Great ground cover. So active. I always think with the walk, I know I said earlier about it being like a panther and really walking through its body, and I think for me, I know that I get the best walk when I'm going out for a hack, because the horses are eager, they're keen to go, they're active, and that's exactly what this horse is showing now. Could have stretched maybe a little bit more there in the extended walk, but some really, really big ground covering steps. I think, yeah, the fault for me there was just not allowing the horse to stretch in the extended walk. Again, great ground cover here in this canter work. Really nicely balanced in the canter work. Very attentive to the rider's aids. Yeah, I really think this horse is for sure a Grand Prix prospect. We've seen lots of them today, but I think this horse is going to have such a wonderful ability for the piaffe passage work. So there we have it for Brazil. Joe, Victor, Macari, Olivia and Noello Campline. A really, really super test. Beautifully ridden, and so nice to see these Lusitanos up doing their thing, and the riders doing such a fantastic job. A really, really smart horse there. Let's wait to see the scores. What a sweet, sweet horse. And it's an 8 for the trot, a 7.6 for the walk, a 7.8 for the canter, an 8.2 for submission, and 8.2 for perspective into 17th. 79.6% for this combination. I thought it was going to be higher than that. I honestly thought that the walk work was some of the best walk that we've seen, so I'm a bit puzzled as to why that got 76. I know it didn't stretch as much as he could have done, but I thought that actually this horse was really smart. I definitely thought it was going to be a plus 80% test. So much expression, so much power, very correct in its way of going. Over-tracking beautifully there in the medium. Nicely balanced in the canter work and really good in the counter-canter. Plenty of jump, lots of ground cover. A really good job.
Next riders entering the arena, ladies and gentlemen. The number 14 at the starting order, rider from Poland, Mateusz.
So next into the arena, it is a rider for Poland, Mateusz and Radius, a black stallion by Revolution, out of a 007 mare, a Swedish warm blood. The owner is Brothers SP. ZOO. The breeder is Lena Nystrom. So down at the centre line now for Poland, Mateusz and Radius. After this combination, just 4 more left to go. Again, another horse with lots of ground cover in the trot. Just like to see more swing in the back. Yeah, I definitely would like to see more suppleness over the horse's back here in the trot work. Oh. Just lost the balance, had a little spook at A. Tracking up nicely in the walk. Again, very relaxed in the arena in the walk work. Can he show greater ground cover in the free walk? Yeah. Again, lovely and active here. Really good walk rhythm. Just losing a bit of the connection going into the canter transition. fairly well balanced. Ooh. Until the transition in the canter. Getting fairly nice in the canter, fairly uphill in the tendency, a good canter rhythm. Yeah, we'd just like to see more stretching there. Not enough difference shown, in my opinion. And a great job for Poland's Margherita and Radius. Scores already in 6.7 for the trot, 7.2 for the walk, 7.4 for the canter, 7.2 for submission, and 7 for perspective. That puts them into 33 with a total score of 71%.
Walk 7.2, canter 7.4, submission 7.2.
Spectator judges had them in 26th with 74.271.
Four riders left and under press, giving 70. Next competition will start at...
So just 4 more riders left. 2 from the Netherlands to come in next. 1 for Belgium and 1 for Germany.
Matthäus Chigon voor Polen kreeg dus 71%. Publiek score had hoger, 74,271. Spectator judging the score 74.271. Still in the lead from Germany, Leonie Richter, Vitanos, 88.6. Second, Victoria Valentin from Denmark, Bloomberg's in Paris, 88.2. Third, from the Netherlands, Christina Brouwer, Precious, 87%. Place number 4, Leonie Richter, in my mind, 86.8. 2 riders at the 5th position. From Spain, Guardia Martinez, Varvara, and Lena Waldman for Germany, shares Celine, the same score.
Next into the arena, it is a rider for the Netherlands, Ronate van Violet, and she's riding Blue Horse Santiano, a bay stallion by Juan out of Romanov mare. It's Danish warm blood, owned by Blue Horse, bred by Straight Horse APS.
5 years old stallion, Blue Horse Santiano, sire Sezuan. In the dam line, Blue Horse Romanov, Dennis Wanbloed for the quota of Denmark. The owner, Blue Horse in Denmark, and the breeder, Straight Horse APS. So the number 41, Danish Wanbloed, Blue Horse Santiano, Renate van Uitens.
So into the arena now for their test. It is Renate van Villers for the Netherlands riding a blue horse Santiano. Packed out stands to see this combination. And I can see why. Really lovely suppleness in the trot work. Again, another little powerhouse. Again, like some of the others, could just maybe swing a little bit more over the back here in the trot. Better now. Oh, just lost the rhythm there towards the end of the medium trot. A nice ground cover here in the walk. Again, not the biggest walk we've seen, but a good hoof over track at times. I think we're going to get a bit more maybe now. Really uphill in this canter work. Huge ground cover, lovely elasticity. Yeah, pretty nicely balanced through the simple change. Just a bit of head tilting there in the stretchy trot. And there we have it for Renate van Villers and Blue Horse Santiano for the Netherlands. A big smile on Renate's face.
Blue Horse Santiago.
Owned by Blue Horse APS.
At the starting order today.
A little wave to her fans, and there's plenty of them up there. So we just wait for those scores to come through. They are on their way, and there we have it. 8.1 for the trot, 7.7 for the walk, 8.1 for the canter, 7.7 for submission, and 8 for perspective. Into 18th place, a total score of 79.2%.
Perspective 8.0. So the average is 79.2. Place number
Spectators had her in 17th with a total score of 80.271. Just 3 horse and rider combinations to go.
It's 80.271.
Some really lovely work from this combination. Again, another little powerhouse. Lovely balance. Really good job. Next into the arena, it is another for the Netherlands. It is Saskia Van Es, and she is riding Montrachet. Bay gelding by Glocks Toto Jr. out of a Tushinsky mare. This KWPN owned by Adley Van Erp, who also bred this horse. So starting their test now for the Netherlands, Saskia Van Es and Montrachet. Very, very striking gelding. Plenty of elasticity in this trot. Lovely hind leg. Yeah, fairly nice into the medium. Just a little bit running, I think. Just want to see him sit and take a bit more weight and really cover that ground in the medium. Really lovely frame. Some nice steps there in the rein back. was just curling under a little bit in the walk. Just want to see him take that contact out rather than under and back. Really active here in this canter work. Nice balance into the counter canter. Could have been slightly more direct in those transitions. You can just see sometimes the pole just creeps over and he comes back a little bit in the contact. Just ever so slightly. That's where you want. So coming into their final halt for the Netherlands, it is Saskia Van Es and Montrachet. Big supporters from the Netherlands out to support Saskia. So we just wait for scores to be confirmed before we can bring those to you.
WBFSH Dressage Championship for young horses. Qualification 5-year-old horses presented by Allan Horse Trucks.
And it's an 8 for the trot, an 8 for the walk, a 7.4 for canter, 7.8 for submission, and 7.9 for perspective. Into 22nd place, 78.2% there for Saskia Van Es. Just 2 more combinations to come forward. Spectator judging had her in 16th with 80.474. You can join along. There's just 2 more riders to come forward, but the spectator judging will be open for all of the competitions. So download the app on the Google Play Store or on the App Store on your iPhone.
2 riders left and then the prize giving for the best 8th place riders.
So here we can see the highlights, putting them into 22nd place. As I said in the test, just for me, running a little bit in those medium trots.
Starting Margherita van de Kempenhoeve. It's the mare by Revolution.
Some nice steps in the canter, good balance in the counter canter.
Belgium Warmbloods, owned by the familie Hengen. And the breeder is the Kempenhoeve BVBA. For the quota of Belgium, Zoïtische Margherita van de Kempenhoeve.
So now into the arena, it is Zoe Neeson, and she is riding Rashida van de Koupenhof. They are representing Belgium. It's a Belgian warm blood, a bay mare by Revolution. Dam Sire's line is Blue Horse Zach, owned by Halen. Breeder is De Kampenhof BVBA. So into the arena now, Zoe Neeson and Rashida van de Kopenhof for Belgium. Could have shown a bit more suppleness through the 2 half 10-meter circles. Some nice ground cover in the medium trot there. Again, just want to see the horse come out so it's on the vertical in the frame, just sometimes creeping behind. Nice there. Yeah, that's nice there in the frame. Bit of resistance there coming out of the rein back. Some good ground cover here in the walk. Lovely stretching, really taking that contact down. Again, good ground cover here in the canter. Looks nicely balanced. Lovely transition back into the walk. And again, a good pick up back to the canter. Really on her aids. Great job there from Zoe Neeson and Rita de Kampenhof for Belgium. Really sweet mare. I've just had a little count up. So we had 13 mares in this class, 21 stallions and 10 geldings. 70.2 for the trot, 8 for the walk, 7.6 for the canter, 7.6 for submission and 7.6 for perspective. Into 29th place there with 76%. A great job, just not quite enough to qualify for the finals, but we will see them again tomorrow in the small final. Just one more combination to go, and this could shake up the leaderboard.
That's the riders. Next competition will start at 4 o'clock.
A really lovely overall picture. I think these two have a lovely partnership. For those high marks, though, the judges are going to want to be seeing more of an uphill tendency, taking more weight behind, and just coming a bit more open in the frame. Just at times, she comes back. You can just see there, just a little bit behind that vertical line.
Spectator judging 74.971.
But good balance, really nice ground cover, a super walk. A really nice test there from Zoe. So our last combination to go, and it's one for Germany. It is Frederick von Dres and Fashion Prince OLD. The stallion by First Romancier out of a Sorokina mare. A lovely Oldenburg, owned by Hofkasselmann. Breeder is Gestert Luitz. Frederick is based at the Kasselmann stables in Hagen in Germany. Competes at Grand Prix, was out in the World Championships in Herning just a few weeks ago, and is a regular here at Ermelo FEI World Breeding Championships for young horses. Can he shake up the top of the leaderboard? It is Germany, Frederick von Dres and Fashion Prince OLD. Our last combination to go, our 44th rider. Their best score, 93.6. That would absolutely put them in the lead. Again, similar to the last horse, I just want to see the pole at the highest point more consistently. A real powerhouse of a stallion. There's nice. You can just see when he comes up and open a little bit more, what a beautiful picture it creates. Really lovely there. Really lovely forward, active horse. Good relaxation here in the walk. Good in the ground cover. Again, really using its body to walk. Huge ground cover there. Just cutting back a little bit there in the extended walk. Just want to see him take that stretch down and out. Just a couple of strides, just tucking the nose behind. Nicely balanced here in the counter-canter. And again, well-established walk. Some nice steps of the trot in the stretch. Now, has he done enough to get straight through to the finals? I think he might have done. There we have it for Germany's Frederick von Dres and Fashion Prince OLD. A really, really smart stallion. Well ridden there by Frederick. Some really, really super walks. Some of the best walk we've seen.
What's going to be the score, ladies and gentlemen?
Is he going to be in the top three? Is he going to take the lead? Has Frederick done enough? Just waiting for those scores to be confirmed.
Scores almost there. We are waiting.
They're making us wait for the final results, aren't they? Just waiting for confirmation.
So we have to wait.
What's it going to be? And he's the winner, 89%. A 9 for the trot, and a 9.5 for the walk, 8.5 for canter, 8.5 for submission, and 9 for the perspective. We have a leader, a winner of the 5-year-olds qualifying class. The spectators had him in second, 87.167. A really, really super job there from Frederick von Dres and Fashion Prince OLD, our winner. And here you can see the scoreboard. Frederick von Dres out in the lead, 89%. Leonie Richter and Vitalos in second, 88.6. Victoria E. Valentin, Lindeberg St. Paris, 88.2. Kirsten Bauer, My Precious, 87%. Leonie Richter in my mind, first to go, 86.8. Lena Waldman, 86.6. Eric, 86.6 as well. Lisa Marie Conch, 86.2. Dinya Van Leer, 85.8. All of those through to the finals. Franca Luz Raccoon, 9th also with 85.8. Charlotte Maria Stroopman, lifetime 13, 84.8. Allan Uglso Gron, 84.2. Those are the people that are directly through to the finals. The rest of them will compete in the small final tomorrow. The top 3 of those will qualify through to the finals. So make sure you join us back here for the rest of the competition. It really is all to play for. So tight at the top there. There we can see the scores again. 89% the leader, Frederick von Dres and Fashion Prince OLD. So tomorrow we will have the first qualification for 7-year-olds, the small final for these 5-year-old horses as well, first thing in the morning, 8 o'clock. The first qualification for 7-year-old horses at 1:45 local time. In Arena 2, we have first qualification for the 6-year-old horses. I will be with you for that, watching along tomorrow. And then at 4 o'clock, the small final for the 4-year-old dressage horses. So make sure you join us back. Commentary will be on the first qualification for 6-year-old horses in Arena 2 at 8:30 local time tomorrow. But we will leave you to enjoy the prize giving. Don't forget the top 12 straight through to the final, the top 3 of tomorrow's small final through to the final as well, and the rest of them will compete in the small final tomorrow. But until tomorrow, enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy the rest of the competition, and of course enjoy this prize giving. But from me, Natasha Baker, that is it for today, and I will look forward to commentating on the 6-year-old first qualification tomorrow, so make sure you tune in at 8:30.
The best 8 riders we expect for the prize giving. Place number 9, Jenna, our jump horse, and place number 9 also Carlos and Vercool. And place number 11, Lifetime, Juan. And at place number 12, we have 2 riders. And uglso from Denmark, and and Jenna, hogberg from Sweden, and Alex. So we have 13 riders immediately in the final competition. Dan de deelnemers gezien door XC-opname de plaats in deze kwalificatie. Zo hebben we nu 13 kandidaten rechtstreeks naar de finale kunnen de finale, kleine finale, een aantal weken op. Maximaal. Presented by Allan Horse Works. Many thanks to the judges, President Henrik from Germany, also Judge at C. Morning Birds, Victor from the Netherlands, and the judges at E. Germany Ford from the United States of America, and Lars Anderson from Sweden. Thank you very much. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the prize giving ceremony. We invite the deliberate. There she is, Lisa Marie Koch from Germany, and Lisa Ulrike, Varvara, and the rider for Germany, Varvara. She is not there, but a fit position for the only term Germany in my mind. That's very extended. There is one with Vitalis. Then we are in number 4 from the Netherlands is the brewer and the KWPN. Mark Precious, Mark Ferguson, Vivaldi. Let's hear from Mr. Brewer, Mark Precious. And now the 3 best horses, the 3 best riders are entering the arena. The top 3 qualifier for 5-year-old horses presented by Allan Horse Trucks. 3 best horses, the 3 best riders. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner from Germany and the Oldenburgers, the Fashion Prince, the big hand for Frederick Bandres, Germany. For the single hand, Hanover, second, Vitalos, and for Germany, Leonie Richter. Third, for the Danish Walden Stempel, Lumière Saint-Paris by Brewer Central, and for Denmark, Victoria Valentin. The winner today in the qualifier for 5-year-old horses presented by Allan Horse Trucks. With a score of 89%. Once again a big hand. The winner, Fashion Prince by First Romancier and the rider Frederick Bandres. Bravo. On behalf of Allan Horse Trucks, Bert van Kooten will present the prizes to the competitors. And they were wonderful horses. Prachtige staatsdeken opgelegd op Fashion Prince, Oldenburger hengst van de Hof Kastelman, weer gratulieren Hof Kastelman, de breeder Gestuutlewits, Paul Schokkermüller, First Romancier, gecombineerd met Sarkozy. Laatste start, de hoofdwinning binnengehaald. En on behalf of the organizing committee, Annemieke van der Vorm, present at the prize giving ceremony and the president of the jury, Henning Leerman from Germany, also congratulates the winners. Second, Vitalos by Vitalis and De Niro, and the rider Leonie Richter, Germany. Het stamboek van Hannover, Vitalos, naar prachtige tweede plaats. Hulde daarvan Henning Leerman, voorzitter van de jury, Annemieke van der Vorm. En de sponsor, vertegenwoordigd door Bert van Kooten. Third, the stambook of Denmark, DWB, Lumière Saint-Paris, and a big hand for Victoria Valentin from Denmark. Thank you all very much for presenting the prizes to the winners, the top 3. And now we have the lap of honor. And then the next competition at 4 o'clock sharp, we start again. Ladies and gentlemen, the sun is shining. 3 wonderful horses, 3 wonderful riders in the main arena. Let's hear you for the winner, Frederick Bandres, the number 2, Leonie Richter, and the number 3, Victoria Valentin. The horses, Fashion Prince, Vitalos, Lumière Saint-Paris. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit louder. Let's see you, the winner, Fashion Prince, winning Wonders, Germany. Second, Leonie Richter, Vitalos. And third, Victoria Valentin, Lumières in Paris. And once again, Fashion Prince, my first romancier, Sarkozy. Congratulations and many thanks to the sponsor of this competition, Allan Horse Trucks. Thank you very much. There will be a break and we will start at 4 o'clock with the Sport Pro Horses Prize, the competition for 4-year-old horses at 4 o'clock. Shopping time now.